We want to see your screen online. Let's see. By the time we finish the introductions, we'll be yeah. So for some of you, we have already had a phone call, talked over the phone or in the WhatsApp group. And today is the first day of the training. So we wanted to give you a few the weekend. And thank you for committing your weekend to the program. That means that this month you won't have a weekend. Okay, so we have a team of facilitators during the training. So when we are learning, as we do the practical part of the training, we always have a team of facilitators who help us during the training. So that includes Fabrice, Benjamin, then Branchal, he just went out. He's in a green better plastic. So whenever you have any challenge, these are the guys you call. If you have a challenge here in class, you can always signal them and they are going to approach you. If it happens that you're outside the class, you can always reach out to them on WhatsApp or a phone call and they are going to be there to support you anytime during the training or even after the time when you be working on the capsule. So Data Plus is a research consultants company. It's a private company, and we are into research consultancy and then professional capacity building and technological solution of the problem. So this is part of the core service Data Plus. And this is a professional platform where we learn from different experts among you or others that we invite coming to share their expertise in terms of skills and experience. So we're going to be here for the next 3 weekends. This is this weekend, the next one, and the following one of 24 this month. After that, we're going to have, whenever we complete the physical in-house, in-class training, we go home with a capstone project. A capstone project is a practical project, more of an assignment of which you can add to your portfolio. This is an assignment you work on to qualify for the certificate. We don't have anything like participation certificates. No. However much you're here, however much you participate, at the end of the day, what qualifies you for the certificate is the capstone project. Why do we do capstone projects? Because we expect you to leave this place confident enough that you can. Let's say, for example, this particular training, you can develop a monitoring and evaluation plan for your project, for your organization, for anything that you want to work on back at your job. So most of us here have different jobs. We come from different fields. Actually, we are diversified across different fields. You're going to find that your colleague is in culture, education, health, finance, you name it. So we are all from different fields. So the confidence that you have got what was parted to you during the training that it is supposed to give us, but also give to you, is the capstone project. So we take it very serious. So please don't expect a certificate if you did not work on the capstone project. Then, as we do the training, there are people who are online. So we are working, we learn together physically and people who are online. Mostly people can't make it to Kigali or outside the country. So we always interchange, exchange, they ask questions as well as they also contribute during the training. And they hear me. Now, and those videos are recorded just for reference. Next time you want to go back to something that was covered during the training, you can always open the video and go back to when the trainer was explaining a particular concept during the training. So it's always there and you can always access it. During the training, we always use English as the central communication language. Why? Because we are from different countries, even here in class and even those who are not physically in the class. And that's part of what we're going to do as introduction. But we use English mainly as a mode of communication and a mode of command during the training, just to ease the communication. So because when you use Kinyarwanda, just understand that your neighbor might not be understanding what you're saying. That's why we use English. Okay. So, and also one last thing before we go into introductions, when we are doing training, so, hello? Okay. So when we are doing trainings, we always, hello?
Okay, it's okay, it's okay.
Even before you registered, I'm sure some of you went online to find who is this company for you to trust that you can come here. So every time, every training, we always do that. And apart from that, I think we can start with a round of introductions for us to know each other, because we expect this as an opportunity for also networking. Because everyone here has a different, like we come from different backgrounds and different professional settings. I personally work as a consultant in research for related projects, as a data manager, also as a project manager. Outside this room, when we are doing the learning, so we can go ahead and start introducing ourselves before I give up to the trainer who is going to take over the whole training. Do you start from here? So when you introduce yourself, just say your name, the background, I mean education background, maybe what you do, so that we start the session by knowing each other. Thank you.
Can we also ask the country where
Oh yeah, the country, because I think we have around 10 or even more people who come from different countries. Other than Rwanda. Yes.
Good morning. I'm Jason Benete. My background, I'm bachelor degree my brother.
Economics. I'm working with the planning and management opportunities and back.
Thank you so much. My name is Daniel Ashini. I'm master's with and currently I'm working with the program. One.
Thank you. I'm Dani. I work as community provider.
Speak louder, please.
Thank you. Sorry. I'm a bachelor holder in agricultural engineering. I work as a chemist with Nexar in the Thank you. Good morning. Yes. Okay. Yes. I want you to the Wait. Come on. Take the one. Find a point. Represent the SaaS and in university management. In this
Hello, my name is Ezekiel Kuniko Bana. I'm studies. I work for Making Health Services and research and implementing services.
The following are examined about the users and description and as the portfolio recommends at one point. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Eugenia. I'm the doctor of physics. I can work with the clinical supply company. I'm ready this.
Morning. I'm Victor Mohamed from Nigerian. I have a background in environmental and development studies, currently pursuing a master in environmental economics and natural resource management, University of Leah Foundation of Uganda.
Good morning. My name is Morgan Nicky. I'm from Liberia. A bachelor's in environmental science and master's in environmental law.
Good morning. My name is Are we done?
No.
Okay.
This is I'm a medical doctor in the public specialist as well. Work for the, well, I mean, one.
Morning.
I have got all the statistics. We can work in one of NGO here in Rwanda, and this office.
Thank you. Janine, please introduce yourself. Oh, okay. Thank you for answering. Sorry.
You want to be able to. Let them to introduce themselves.
You can see. How do you want to get the government?
They are here. Because it's kind of mind. The inventor. Anything. Anything.
My wife. Yes.
It isn't true.
Yeah.
Somebody will be talking with me.
Yeah. Okay. Can we start with Hossein? Please introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Theodore Rumi, holding Bachelor of Science in 1966, and also I hold a diploma in occupational health and safety. Currently, I'm a MUSHI officer in Ismerua PRC. So, thank you.
Thank you. Someone else, please. Christoph. Khaled.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
My name is Alita Baraka Banisa. I work at African Leadership University, and I hold my master's degree in projects management. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone else, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sherman Thompson, a Liberian. I'm doing my master in UNILAC, for environmental, economic, and natural resource management. Thank you.
Thank you. Edward.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Christine Said Andrea. I'm a student at Kigali Independent University in my final year. I'm pursuing a bachelor degree in data science, and it's a pleasure to be with all of you. I'm a South Sudanese.
Thank you. Edward.
Oh, yes. Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, I'm Uftinema Edward. I'm a professional project manager and agronomist. I'm currently pursuing my master's degree, MDA, specializing in project management in UR. Thank you. I'm Rwandese. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Yeah, I am Prince Kwei, and I'm a student at the UNILAG, and I'm an undergraduate student studying rural development. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we done? Someone else who hasn't introduced themselves, please.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'm Mr. Kelvin Sanga from Tanzania. I hold a bachelor degree in geomatics engineering and a master's degree in project management. I work as a project manager in one of the water utilities in Tanzania.
Thank you. Someone else? Okay. I think we are done for now. So now that at least you might know some for you, we can go ahead and go to our lead trainer, who is going to take over for the whole time of this training, guiding us through now what we call monitoring and evaluation. So if people online can hear me, please let's welcome our trainer, Dr. Janvier, who's going to also introduce himself, and we'll be together for the whole time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you. You can see we have a lot of energy. That's the duty that we want to so I have to leave this session. It's always
okay. It's okay. Now we
so can we go on now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I was precisely that I'm really glad to be here with you. When I see people in this room, I strongly believe that what we are now going to is something that is really needed. I had from the presentation that most of people are coming from different angles, mainly Liberia, South Sudan, Tanzania. Is there any other country?
I think we have Mozambique too.
We have Mozambique and
Congo.
And
And
Congo.
DRC, yes.
Oh wow, that's good. I think I noticed is that most of the people have done public project management, which really is something that is related to this. And also, I heard people say they have done data science or statistics. Those are the fields that really need this training. Talk for production, data science are also related because Rwanda economy is now made mainly by agriculture. So that's really interesting. So starting my presentation, my name is Janvier Smith. I have a bachelor's degree in data science as well, but also a master of public health in quantitative and volumetric methods for research in health. But I also have other background like in finance and economics. I also have people saying they are economists. So currently, I'm vice president of Rwanda Monitoring Information Organization. It's the Rwanda Information Society. I think some of you might be members. If not, I really invite you to join. Yes. I have more than 20 years of experience, mostly in financial management, as financial analyst, but also monitoring and evaluation. Work on capacity development in favor of local organizations. I had someone mentioning SFH. Is SFH? Yes, SFH is one of them. Starting with the time they started such, they had only policies. I was there. Caritas, FXB, here in Rwanda, and the TV Burundi. Yeah. Can you also bring it up in this? I don't know if I can call it a motto. I believe that everyone should not learn, but practice statistics. Why statistics? Because what we are living with is about statistics. When we say today, it's on a relation. It means that it's a statement that maybe you have some level of assurance that you read. Your review of literature or other sources. But before you sustain all this kind of assurance, there is that issue of statistics. Because we are living in what will happen tomorrow after tomorrow, we need to bring those ideas of statistics. And another point is that we are dealing with data, we are collecting data as a project manager or project staff. What are you doing with those data? You need to make them good use. Making good use is to extract insights from them. This is all the work for monitoring and evaluation. This is the reason why my researchers are all monitoring and evaluation. Building systems, for instance, my PhD research was building an effective monitoring evaluation and learning system for the water utility. Someone mentioning water from Tanzania, which is good. If you want to learn more about that, you can go online and Google Scholars, and then you have much of my work. The case study was Wasak. Yes, I can say a lot, but I don't like because I don't think we have enough time because of monitoring evaluation is it's broad. It's not something you can say you can cover it in 1 or 2 or 3, even 1 month. But I believe that monitoring evaluation needs to be approached in different angles, depths or levels. I know that there are people who by nature fear something around computation. And those people, they may be good at maybe doing the same, but not on characteristic of computing something on paper. Because when you think and then you act, you are applying mathematics. Right? You are using numbers. Yeah, if you are you are hearing like a voice, you are hearing from the video, take a decision or to use the information from there, there is a kind of computation you are analyzing. So I'm not going to those too much details. Can you go for the next slide, please? Yeah, I would like to first of all to share with you the course outline. I would like first of all to you and I to understand the context, because if you don't know the context of what you are discussing about, I don't think you will get something from it. With this starting with the context of development of brand perspective. And then we see how our countries, I'm saying countries not only Rwanda, are approaching. The other thing after that, we are now going down to and really understand the context, the concepts. And then see what perspective, ethics, ethical codes, behaviors, someone who is now doing monitoring evaluation should have. Later on, we are going to cover the trends. I think this part will be interesting because we have people who have covered project management. I think we'll take the lead. Don't be shy. But most of the thing I saw is that the thing we studied from the school, sometimes, not to mention that most of the time, are theoretical, and then is to have that practical aspect of the things. I will take you through them, or also mentioning specific cases of our NGOs, development partners. I think they know you, my friends. Okay. Yes, I think you were one of the participants in one training in covered. Rodrigo. Oh, yes. Yeah, I think we covered visualization dashboard something.
Yeah, in
2017. No, 28 or 9.
Yeah.
I remember.
2018, yeah.
Yes. Are you still there? Okay, good. So I think we covered those frameworks. So we come back to those frameworks or logical models. You can also call them logical models. And then understand it, because those are the things that guide every intervention. And then they are key for someone who is working in monitoring and declaration. So after that, we cover performance management, talking about indicators, measurement, and we go on with something that is data types, sources, and data quality, and cross-cutting issues. I think those are the things that we need to cover. And finally, we tackle on donor expectations. I know I feel that I can't cover all of them, but we keep mentioning some and discussing some of the donor expectations in line with the monetary evaluation. I think Beran mentioned about the project, the capstone. We'll be doing some exercises, but of course, the project will come later after we complete the training. Go on for the next slide. So when I was preparing my slides, I was thinking of asking you to present, but now we have already done this. The country mentioned expectation. Maybe I can only ask like two from this classroom and one from online. One expectation or three. One expectation from online participants and two expectations from in-class participants. After I have discussed with you the course outline, what do you think should be your expectation from this classroom, for this training? Two people. I want to hear. Yes.
This study is how they figure out how to use the data. When they have to use those data.
Good. Thank you. We will cover that.
Was that Rwanda is growing and the company and this is I work in a research that a lot of times the clear visions and mindset whereby I can assess what's going on ahead of time.
Planning? Somewhat about planning. Yes. We'll talk about that a little bit. Yeah, okay. No problem. No, yes.
Expectation is to be able to data influence of intervention based on other intervention that are not related to
I'll comment on that before after. After the same? Yeah, I think that's what we already a little bit. I don't think this time will be covering impact evaluation, but I really ask the organizers at Data Plus to also organize impact evaluation training, because this is very interesting, and most of people think they can do impact evaluation. Impact evaluation, as Rodrigo said, you need to make sure that the achievement, the result of this project was really effort and resources of that intervention. Minding that there are other factors external to this program, it is easier to say that, but now to do that, something else. That's the reason why I welcome those people from data science, statistics, econometrics to be around. Not necessarily having like ChatGPT and all that, and the other things. Those are not enough. If we are talking about experimental impact evaluation, maybe if you are talking about other things, I attended several trainings on impact evaluation, but I know there is missing part. Okay, yes, you.
Expectation just to be able to design ML
framework. Yes, at least one. And because I don't think you can design all of them. You can, but within the allocated time, I don't think I can do that. At least logical framework. Logical framework, because it's operational, a framework will be able to do that. Yes, online. Someone from online? Hey. Okay, I'm asking someone from online to state like 2 or 1 expectation for this training. I don't know whether you have heard from others, but others have mentioned that they would like to have how we link data to the project, just from the beginning to the end of the project, where we are now evaluating or making sure that whatever was planned being achieved. The other intervention was to know whether we are covering impact evaluation. Then we say, this is not part of this training. Maybe this will be the case of future training. So another intervention that was really interesting is that by the end of this training, we need to be able to develop at least 1 framework. Then I said to develop logical framework because this is an operation tool that will help the implementation of the activities. So someone from online, another maybe intervention that was not mentioned. I count 1, 2, and 3. Then 1, 2, and 3. Thank you very much. So next slide. So it will be, please bear with me. I have a lot of materials, and then the way I prepare my slides, it's not that professional as most of you are used to be doing that. Mine, I just try to put everything that I judge are key for your understanding, and I put them on the slides. I know there are some requirements, but for sure the text will help you. So norms. What do you think would be relevant rules and behaviors for this training? If I would like to put it the first one, everyone needs to speak. There's no wrong, no right. Okay, everything is right. No wrong ask. Please be. Yes, participate, please. The other. Please. Respect. Okay, thank you. Respect. Another rule. Okay. Use of phones. Yeah, I think our facilitators already mentioned that. Okay, another one. Put all your phones in silent mode. I think we need some break. Some break time. Yeah, of course. So there is something I haven't prepared. The timetable, because I was looking. Oh, okay, good. Thank you. Yeah, that's the reason why next bullet is not to elect our timetable. Who should be you?
Communication. Some of us need. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, washroom. So I think we came together. Yeah. I had the same issue. Okay. Yes. I think we have this gentleman.
So for the restrooms, they are on this floor. There we go on the left. There's one before you reach the flyer, the pull-ups. There's one and there's another one when you continue. It's on the same floor. And for I think you mentioned in the last time we'll be for people who will be going for lunch, we'll be using the restaurants that are outside the campus. And for the break, it will be from 1 to 2. Thank you.
Okay. Timekeeper, please. Thank you for volunteering. But first of all, can you accept our Thank you very much.
Yes, no,
we have
it's slow now. We realized that this morning, but the internet is slow somehow. Yeah, and another communication is that we're going to have a short break at 11.
At 11.
Yeah.
So please don't. Please stop me. Please time.
Yeah.
You can. Yes. Our timekeeper. Your name is. Yes. So someone from there can see you. Can you maybe come here so that everyone yes. If this gentleman says it's time, it's time. Even if I'm pronouncing like a word, I will stop in the middle. Yeah, we need to respect our elected people. Now, in Nigeria, someone who can now help us in the when we are in adjusting ourselves. I want to leave. If you have objection, a man, no problem. Someone who can hold two, we can have two. Because after the break or when we feel we need, this one will just make that announcement. It's you? Yes. Thank you very much. Anyone? Eleni, please. The doctor? Thank you. Yes. Next. So, what's the time is now?
10:07.
10. 10:00.
7.
7. Okay, it's okay. We want now to have some icebreaker. But now, I don't know whether we be okay. Oh, we have four here. And then people on here. I have 4 color cards. I have orange. I have gold. You can go from the next. I try to just to put them there. This is green. We have green, we have a blue. So I would like to share them with you. And a book that receives like a gold, we read the text associated with the gold color. And then in 10 minutes, you come back here and then explaining the characteristics of someone who has all these, who reflect what is here. You explain, you will present. We do the same for orange, the same for green, and or blue. Here, two and from here to here. You see that one, the blue. You can see. But if I choose to do differently, someone with the name, second, first name, starting with A to R. A to R.
Maybe because when you do it that way, it will require movement, which disorganizes.
Okay,
but we can do it as we see.
Okay, so yeah, we do the same. So until here, you try to beat the yourself, and then break the rope. Do from here, and then from here to here. Then the rest here, and then the rest. So I'm giving you 10 minutes. The results from there, you will present the characteristics of your color, and after that, you'll be named after the color. Considering, no, well, if you say what is in that color reflect your personality, you'll be named that color. For people online, you'll be reading only green. So what the other green group will come up with, you may be challenging them or completing them, and after all, everyone will be identified as this color or the other color. So 10 minutes from now. When is 10 minutes?
10, 20.
No, you can move them. You can move yourself here.
10, 20.
No need to move. 10.
Say any of it. No, yeah.
Yeah,
We need to me.
Yeah.
Invitation of me.
10, 20. Please help us do that. Okay.
You have the slides on your sub group. Please.
Oh, I think if they have slides, yeah, they can really get it.
Yeah, it's easier. Text. They say text.
I don't know they have already the slides.
We just saw them there. Yeah.
Online, they're okay with the exercise?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, they can read only green. Yeah, thank you. My friend, do you have the slides?
Online, please feel free to speak up because we are one group and we have left the floor to you to discuss. So you are assigned to read the part of green. The green card is yours, and we are the ones to discuss and then read it, discuss it by yourself. And then you're going to also present when the time of presenting is due. We have 7 minutes now because we were given 10 minutes and 3 minutes past the time we are given. So the floor is yours, please. Go ahead and start the discussion.
To explain some concepts.
Edward, can you lead this team, please? It seems like people are shy at the moment and they are not leading. No one is taking the initiative to lead. If you can, please, it would be helpful. At least it would be helpful to have an organization on online platforms.
Please.
Because Edward seems to not be online right now. Ale, can you be the one to lead? If you are audible, if you can hear me, can you be the one to lead?
Can I volunteer?
Yes.
Okay, once again, my name is Christine, and let's go together through these texts. So I'm an independent thinker. Some people can even go as far as to call me non-conformist. This title might worry other people, but it really describes the way I look at the world. I do not accept.
Christian, please go ahead and lead. Seems no one else is around.
Maybe for the text to be audible, like some people can just mute their mic. In that way, like echo will not be disturbing.
Yes.
So let me start. I am an independent thinker. Some people can even go so far as to call me a non-conformist. The title might worry other people, but it really describes the way I look at the world. I do not accept things at the face value and find myself in a constant state of analysis as I try to understand and improve every part of my world. In my personal life, I feel the need to keep my head in charge of my heart. Relationships or friendships are important, but once they are developed and everyone understands what is the expected, I feel it is important to leave things alone and focus my effort on the other issues in my life. In truth, I am more comfortable working with data and information than with people. Work has to be challenging, then I can become totally consumed with its completion. When I have completed a project, however, I prefer to move to a new challenge and leave the day-to-day task to others. I get booked on ideas and concepts and can't seem to let go of them. I must respect a superior or fellow worker before I can begin to value their advice and or authority. Decisions are often difficult for me to make because I have to be certain that I do not make a mistake. Issues are never black and white, but filled with a multiplicity of possible choices or outcomes. Some words that describe me are scientific, curious, complex, abstract, independent, ingenious, intellectual, inventive, fact-oriented, logical, cool, calm, collected, and theoretical. Thank you. Yes, are you with me? So based on what I've read, I actually got some few concepts, but like, are there categories of things that I can be able to classify this into? Or like I should just randomly assume? Just random. Based on the words, like some words that describe me as scientific, curious, complex, abstract, independent. I don't know. Are we talking about a data scientist by any chance? I don't know. But I would love us to brainstorm and like just give our ideas. This is based on what I've read and understood from the text. Yes.
So for me, for me, I'm thinking this is an introvert person, introvert by nature.
Yes, I'm around. I also think it's a data scientist. Uh,
So I think I am inventive because someone that let's say independent and an independent thinker, they are someone that want to come up with new ideas and then make sure things are let's say are worked out in a new way. They want to invent something new. So these people are inventive. They want to come up with new ideas always. That's why they are always alone.
Start now. Everyone.
For me, I feel data scientist. Data scientist because there's a part that said I'm more comfortable with working with data and information than with people.
Some people have not finished. I will be concluding this by noon because I want everyone to know which or how to cut. But now, before, if there is a team that has completed the exercise, is there anything that has done that? What is that? No, wait, if no one. Online, can you maybe present? Can you delete and then present what you just what?
Yeah, sure. So, hello everyone. My name is Christine, and I'll be representing the online colleagues. So, we have come to the conclusion about the green, and at least 2 or 3 of us were in the same category, and we finalized by saying the green represents a data scientist based on some of the context we got from the text. For instance, in one of the paragraphs, it says that I'm more comfortable working with data and information than with people. And in most cases or scenarios, people who deal with data on a daily basis are people who do data analysis, data scientists. So because me myself, I'm a student of data science at ULK, and this is what I deal with daily basis. You have to analyze data so you can be able to instruct information and use it for something that is meaningful. So this is one of the reasons as to why I'm stick that this context actually represents a data scientist. So the other person state that like it can represent an introvert, but because of some of the insights from that context, like data scientists, this is the reason as to why we have concluded that we're going with data scientists.
Thank you. So, the other group, that's the group, the green group. Who is okay. Everyone. So, I believe that you can connect them, challenge them, to have a good understanding green color.
I listen to the people, especially about other people. Not people to also analyze
Speak louder.
Speak louder, we can't hear you here.
I'm sorry. So I said, I listen to them clearly, and most especially what were able to also analyze and also know if the accurate between yes. That's especially in the talking. The others talking about the collection of data and I look at each of parts. These are issues I will have to look because even if they are collecting data and for me, I look at this to actually be part of my challenge or part of it. Because if you are actually collecting, if you are from this field of study, if you are collecting data from actually presenting on it, you have to presenting it will be facts. So that should understand from this sample of ourselves of the field. And we are describing ourselves for what we see here. It's okay from the issue of the past we talking about each of the road, and also talking about independent press. And as because some people can all far beyond. But if you are living for material, you are actually working in now with what the ideas are coming. In the position of what it becomes, by musical, you want the best of what they do.
Thank you very much for the presentation. The group member, is there any you want to list? Okay, what we just heard from is that green color describes people who are working as independent person, but who also want to do scientific analysis. That's what I think you mentioned. Intellectual, too much details, but with the freedom while working. Is that correct? Okay. This time, it's not a matter of determining that you are there, because you have not heard from others. That is what green color describes. Now, the blue color. 2 minutes. Yes. Okay.
Looking into the blue color, visualize someone who is nurturing a person that is caring, that wants to go out of his way or her way in order to avoid conflict. So which is like inverting all these methods, you find yourself that the same person who's collecting this data is the same person also feeding you. You should not be biased. You should get into the personification of that thing in order to have clear mindset, and especially that in my field of work, where you have to analyze economy and value, you might find yourself getting too much or relying on someone's feeling in order not to mind their way of minding their business and improving their way of looking at things in order for them to have a business that is prosperous. So as I'm looking at this person, he's skilled, motivated, but introverted as well. This is something that can be affected by culture. If you, for someone as me who has been outside and going and coming, you find yourself not introverted only, but extroverted. The both is possible. So, which is a good combination. If you have someone who has their best interest and friendship, and they look at you and they know how to put borders and tell you, I know you're skillful, you are this and that, you have this skills, but here's my advice. Not to be emotional, not to be taken away with the story we have of our country and all that. Coming out of your skin is something that is beautiful.
Thank you very much. Any other addition from the group members? Please.
Thank you so much. Maybe compliment what said. What describes the group person from what I have seen is oriented person. I think it's good listener, motivated by helping others, and even who is encouraged by helping others, supporting others, even having the personal skills and even communication skills, just helping others, just motivated by helping others.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm asking, because I've not read that, but or I have read, but I don't like to just say that. If I want to understand the blue card in one word or two, on one sentence, what should I say? Is someone with interpersonal skills, peacemaking, from what people say? How can you qualify him or her in one sentence? Just to help others understand, because you spend enough time reading that and others have not. So how can you help them understand very quickly?
Yes.
Yeah. Both. Ladies first, yes.
This person is artistical, and yeah, they have that sharp eye.
Yes, sharp eye.
They can do those projects nicely.
Okay, someone who does the work so nicely, who really takes the time that is needed.
Validation in that thing, and also compassion and empathy is the most priority to that person.
So I believe that others are following what they are presenting. That's what we're saying. Okay, your own. Okay, is what? Mandating the person. Yes, empathetic. Okay, thank you. So that's blue person. Now, the other color is here. Yellow. It's yellow. Orange. For that, for orange. That's it. I I don't know. But what did I say? Please, others follow. Others, please.
Someone who's fearless.
Fearless.
A fearless person.
Mhm.
You don't even respect the structure or respect the rules. That is a hard one. For this person, so that is not expecting some rules that are set by the policy or other leaders.
Okay.
So, in the structure, so you can go even beyond the structure. So, I think this person is a good person for doing his work, but is not respecting this others.
Okay. So something for that particular person, for sure they are working. Any other one? Okay. Any compliments? Any results? He's, she's also collaborative. Okay, thank you. That's Orange. Orange is a fearless person, hard worker, who doesn't sometimes respect policies because he's driven by.
It's only physical.
Okay, physical. Very nice. He just always wants a former. One is optimistic. I wanted to stress also on the side of characteristics. It's not on delivery. Optimistic, charming, courageous, independent, fearless, adaptable, easy going, but easy going, mechanical, as you said. Persuasive, quick, sometimes need fun. Yeah, that's the Orange person. The last but not least is Gold. Is it Gold? Yes, please, Gold. Who's presenting for work?
So it really depends on other people's opinion from what I've seen. And yeah, so it was really very hard to work with them because they said like I could work in both ways. I can't fully enjoy myself. So
I can't really enjoy himself when?
I can't fully enjoy myself. So working with someone like that in a team, I believe in a teamwork, you have to be a little flexible. Yes.
It's not flexible. But I read somewhere where it's written it's organized person.
Organized. I believe we can put him like somewhere like that. That's the analyst. Like you can really rely on the information. Yeah, as you said, like he's practical, sensible. So when he's collecting, for example, if he goes to collect data, do not put too much emotion into that because he will collect what's the practical. He's more practical, no sense.
In that sense, is a good guy. Punctual, sensible, organized, stable, dependable, conservative, hard-working, solid, orderly, consistent, structured, positive, and reliable. But the way you described him or her, it's like it has a lot of negative.
Against him.
She's against that person.
She's against that person.
Yes.
So someone else maybe to.
Sometimes she's saying that that person will exist.
Someone who is organized, he's punctual, he's dependable, the work he does or she does, someone else will not come and then do it. I think that's a good guy.
Yeah, but for him,
Okay, good.
for him,
I think the reason I agree with her is because this person puts a lot of work in being perfect. And a person like that would bring pressure on on others. And sometimes fun is good, but this person doesn't even want to have fun. It's all work, work, work. And to be a team leader, like this person, I think this person is striving to be a team leader. You can be a team leader and you don't have fun. You don't prioritize other people. You just want to be perfect. Like that.
I like that because I can see some hands out. After you, after him.
okay, it's closer what she said. This person for him maybe I can say he hates himself.
He hates himself.
He put others before and maybe he put himself after others. I can say maybe if it's time maybe for to eat, maybe he can give food to others and maybe yeah. And they and he gave others to enjoy. And enjoy their
Okay, that's okay. Let us hear from the guy.
But I think some people may be misunderstood the way this person is because it's not only focused. He's not focused on work, but he wants to enjoy after finishing the work. Doesn't want mixing things up. Just focus on the work. Then when work is finished, he can enjoy it, or she can enjoy it. So he's very punctual and organized and practical, but he can also have fun. But after work, yes. If the
you will choose the character that really reflects your characters. But the reason why I just kept asking it's because we're describing this person as someone who cannot see the real world. But in reality, you can see someone with those characters. And then those characters, I don't think, okay, there are some positive characters and the other are positive and negative. So you have another information? Okay, I want everyone to understand, to listen to what you are saying.
For me, I think this one is a good reader. I think that's the people accept this part of these days they want to be more flexible, but
Thank you. Okay, so at 11 we are breaking, and then we have 20 minutes. Okay, you want to add something else?
There's something missing. How about a red person? Because does this qualify as red or?
Sorry?
No, red.
Red.
Yeah.
Okay,
orange. Orange.
Okay, that's a good question. You may have a different colors. There are other colors. Let's say you have red, blue, and green. And then this one is something else, and then we have 4. Consider that there is no rate. The characters of the rate personnel you learn from other areas might be reflected in one or in one color of things.
How about someone who's bossy, who's maybe career driven and
Stubborn.
yes,
Stubborn. Okay. I don't know whether what I can say about that, but here I want to just reflect to have that balance. Someone who can help us, who can exceed what we are doing as a monitoring professionals, but also with limited elements of negative characters. So if it is stubborn, you can have. So if someone is organized, and then you mess with him or her, what will happen? So those are the characters that are too negative. You want to just bring them here, but then it's okay. Now, I will ask the same question after the break. Now, after lunch. To know, to ask those people who can just tell us blue, as red, no, not red, green, purple, and the others. And then we'll be considering everyone in those colors. But the reason why I want to respond to it, do you think those characters, those behaviors are a good reflection on our daily life, especially in the areas of management? Absolutely. That's the reason why when you be spotting someone something, I'll be able to judge to have that character. That's just described by this guy. For instance, there is someone saying, I have to pay a bill. But if I'm told to do something, I feel not comfortable. You have most people. There are people who want fun. Even while working, you want us to have a fun. And then those people who always, they say they're organized, don't have to just disturb them when they're working. It might be a good thing, it might be a good thing, depending on someone who is approaching you or not. So we need to have those that discussion, and then this with the electors throughout the training in 3 weekends. Yes. So the course, as I described, has 7 components. The first one is described the context, as I said. We are now discussing monitoring the operation in the perspective of program development. Program development is something that might be a little bit different from policy making or other interventions, because programming. Can you go for the next? Yes. Development programs, these are organized interventions that respond to the development challenge or problems. Development problem or challenge, think of like poverty, sickness, agricultural production, which is insufficient, climate change, gender disability, and all those and others. Economic development, education, public health, and so on. So the development program, I have people saying I'm working with the local NGOs. Others saying I'm working with international organizations. Why are they here? They are now trying to solve a development problem that can be maybe fit in one of these areas. I think that's simple to understand. development program is not only done by outsiders, like international organization, like World Bank, UN, and all that. Even the government is also doing the same. Community work can be also, is also working on in the same area. Okay. Yes.
About development programming, do we have humanitarian programming as well?
Yeah. Humanitarian also is also responding to development, but it's a transition. It's a transition. The humanitarian is a transition to development. That's the reason why when you are working with like those NGOs who are acting in the area, sometimes you can see organizations that give more credit to development rather than humanitarian, because humanitarian sometimes happens after an event. So there is maybe a war, there is a epidemic, yes, and then they do that, but they insist, they emphasize on the fact that people need to be skillful, need to be skilled, need to be provided startup materials to go on with their own development. So here, when the development is training, I much emphasize on development. This also can apply to that humanitarian, in a sense, that's in a limited way, because in humanitarian, we don't talk about sustainability, don't talk about impact, long-term goal. It's not 100% aligned. That's what I can say. If someone has maybe understand it, otherwise can let us know. I know here, standing in front of you, doesn't mean that I'm the one who is perfect, who has perfect knowledge. But this aligns with development. So development programs, they need to have, we can call it project cycle, program cycle, intervention, because in some organization, when we say program, when we say project, when we say intervention or activity, you might have some differences. It's a combination of projects. That's what we know. But a project, within a project, you can have also other components, some components, like activities. Like USAID used to be calling them interventions, activities. Okay, but here when I say project or program, I know there is that difference, but consider that can be applied to both. So here what I wanted to emphasize that we have a cycle. For humanitarian, we don't have that cycle. We need proper development, proper identification. Why are we there? We are there to solve this problem, this issue of poverty. We would like to have everyone have access to medical services, because there is that need, there is that problem. So when we have identified problem, I think you have notes. Even the notes you have you shared the notes? Okay, yeah. Yes. They are written the way that can facilitate you understanding. So the design, you develop that problem in a way that describes the entire process for you to solve that problem and then project assessment. Project assessment are different. There is a prior assessment, maybe project appraisal. Maybe that's what you are referring to. And there is also assessment after the program has started implementation. Assessment is where you sit down and then reflect on what has just happened to be able to determine whether you are on track. The assessment before the program design, it helps you to really identify the real need, the root causes of the need. The people who are suffering from that. So assessment, yeah.
So you have can you identify people in assessment?
Okay, identification, it's a process, but it invades the entire process. It invades gathering resources, gathering people, consultation, doing those prior implementation assessments until you have a problem, and then make it a priority for you to act. Remember that's what I call here problem identification. It's not just to go there and then see, ask the people, what is the problem you are facing? Here we're going to have water, and then you go. No, it's not that. The entire process is called problem identification. Are you ready? Yes, thank you. Online, if they have questions, let me know.
And we say that the problem identification is part of project assessment of orientation.
I remember. I got you.
Yeah.
Those people who have who are in the master program of project management, that's the reason why we have that question. Because you followed PMI definition of program of project life cycle. You may even ask here controlling. There is a monitoring controlling something like that one. That is not here. Delivering this training, sometimes I don't. I also reflect what in your life I saw. You may call it otherwise, but here I may choose to use this terminology. Continue with what you have because it's certificately approved, because it is there, you run it, it's okay. But here you may call it project appraisal. I think others call it project appraisal. Is that correct? There is a way we say project appraisal when, for instance, when there is a donor coming in the country. Before you they develop, and then you sign maybe agreement to do any intervention, they need to identify the issue, the development challenge. So the process through which they do that is called the project appraisal in some documents. So what they do that, what do they do in that process? The keyword is to identify and agree with the host government or other partner on the real problem to be solved. Don't judge me with the word I use. I know I did it intentionally. Yes.
I have a question. What is the stages you need to consider when you are carrying out the program?
Okay. Good question. I will explain it after this comment. This training is monitoring operation. There is also other training called project design. Remember, project design different from this one, but project design also tackle monitoring operations in a limited scale. But this one is intended to develop monitoring operations as part of program design. That's the reason why I don't want to go further on this one. If you can approach me, maybe in the when you have time, we can do that. But if I summarize, when program design, you need to do, as I said, to reach literature review. To do literature review, to ask the people, to consult partners, and then to do those kind of prior implementation assessment. After which you come up with the program identification. In summary, those are the key steps in the program identification. So when you have that program identification, you go for your design, the design. In the design now developed, you have references that there's a malnutrition in everyone, which is, I don't know, 50 or 40, used to be 40%. Now, you think of the likely intervention to address that problem. You write down the entire process. Most importantly, this is where we need to develop the frameworks. I want to direct my later topics. So those are the frameworks. Frameworks, it's theoretical models. There is okay. Some people may not think through because they think it's an easy task. When you are like SFH, it has like a vision. What do you remember the vision of SFH? Wait a little. It's time. Right? Yeah, it's time. 5 minutes. Are you guys? Yes, SFH. SFH has which vision? Health services. It's a behavior. No, it has a behavior change. Behavior change. Yes. Okay. If I propose, like there is an issue of changing the mindset of the population. That's how they approach their development goals. And you think the way they do it, they say people, they don't do the right, they don't go to the right, they don't go to the right direction because they don't know. And then most of the people, if we change the youth, we have impact achieved very easily. This is the way they understand things. Yes. This is why they prepare the awareness campaign. They bring, people with music and others. I used to be attending them. Why? Because they believe this is the only way to attract people, especially young people. So that approach, they sit and say, you know what? To do that, we do this. This thing of the framework or logical model. We'll be discussing this today or tomorrow. And then this is done under the site. Thank you, Mr. Penn. Thank you. Everyone, can we now go for a break? 10 minutes. 10 minutes. We come 11:10. Yes.
Guys, we are going out for a break, a 10-minute break, and I'll be back by 11:12. And every time you have any issue, please just open up your mic and speak. We're going to hear you. Unless just keep your mic on mute to avoid any disruptions from your end. Otherwise, please speak up for us to keep engaged.
12 past 11.
Yeah, it's break time. Thank you.
No, it's a break, not lunch. Oh,
Hi.
Yeah, yeah, fine.
Okay, we are back. We are back from the break. It's time.
Welcome back from the break. We're talking about the project cycle, program cycle, here we covered problem identification. We start design, which is part of the program design for those who are doing project management. I think they are familiar with those. After the design is there, approved, funding is there, you have the implementation. During the implementation, you have monitoring, and afterwards you have evaluation. You also have the learning and the adaptation. So for adaptation and learning, I highlighted adaptive management. Adaptive management and frameworks, will be discussing them in details later. But I would like to ask, why do we have learning or adaptation in project cycle? Why do we have to set up why? Why do you have to program lots of projects, document or program document? We have explained everything there. We really have to adapt which kind of application we are talking about. Changes. That's correct.
If I want to add on something, we always need to run because we can't achieve everything in a perfect way, and we assess where we have done wrong and we try to improve for the next time, as it says project cycle, which means it never ends. So we keep running to improve and we keep adapting because we always need challenges. So we need to keep changing the models, try to tweak things. So I think that's the reason why we should learn and adapt in that context of
Yes. So for those who have been there for long, I want to ask a question. Was the learning or adaptation part of the cycle that was maybe agreed upon with the donors? The answer is no. Those are the new changes. Why? I want to be honest with ourselves. Who funds, who prepares, who designs the project? In the common context, I'm saying, the local context, think of European Union is now financing our water distribution project. Who is implementing? Is the EU or is someone else? Someone else. For those deep project management, you know what they call, I don't know whether it's called, but like building your invite, like in business context. You develop your business plan, and then because those have the expertise on this, you ask someone to do it on your behalf. Will you really have 100% trust in him or her? No. So the same case applies to the project context. Because those who implement are not the one who fund or who developed the document. So the implementers may bring those kind of changes because they want them to be on their favor. So this was a discussion that happened maybe after 2000. Initially, the project, the way it was developed should remain the same. There was no flexibility. So with the discussion, development, they came up with the idea of learning and adaptation. In the other ones, there are organizations like US government used to be to call it the pause and effect. Yes, pause and effect. Then you see, because when the government started program, it was like in 5 years or 2 years. Or we are involved in evolving environment. Things keep changing. Why do we still have to stick on assumptions of 2 years back or 3 years back? We need now to adapt. Adapt is now look behind and then do changes. Not just changes the way you want them to be. Of course, this will involve a special kind of process. Bringing, making evidence-based decision making. You need to be able to be equipped enough with evidence that really justifies the need for you to change. Because the change you're bringing in will also cost. Okay? I want just to tell you the truth behind, because here we are now in practical. We want to just bring real life examples. So I will be talking about adaptive management later in this discussion. So the cycle helps organizational plan implement, monitor, and improve development intervention. Of course, this cycle will help them. But I don't know whether you see that this follows this follows this follows this. That it's not necessarily the case here. Implementation, when implementing, it's where you do monitoring. You may also do baseline evaluation. So not necessarily they are consecutive. You may also learn the way you go. This brings me to the question: when do we start? When the monitoring, the evaluation, and the learning process starts? And I'm not going to cover that question. I used to write it down, but always they ask that question when they arrive here. I think that's during the implementation. When? Someone says the monitoring evaluation starts after we have started implementation.
Yeah, I think it's better to start with the design of the project, because you need how your objective is going to be achieved and then the measurements you are going to use. You know if you are reaching your objectives.
Who is right, who is wrong?
I think we believe that once we have started implementing, in my opinion, we implement after we believe after having started to implement the process. Basically, so there is
the point. Before you just react, don't use I think. If you don't have enough experience, try to refer to what you just saw.
And you say, right, this was start. We went to start, we conduct even
Okay, you
baseline, it means when we start the baseline, already starts. How we conduct the baseline, how we develop.
Okay.
It is three at each step. Yes, I would say proud will happen. Proud will happen.
the
Proud project,
everything.
So you ask who is right, but for me, based on experience, the one who designs is different the one who so all right. Because we are not- So it's a matter of comprehending what is done so that yeah.
Yes, you have this.
I was about to say, first, so it depends on how your project cycle is designed. So, but from my experience, the monitoring and evaluations, that it's included in each step. Because from the problem identification, you know your baseline, then once you are designing, you are making those baseline indicators and the targets. So all depends on the level of effort you are putting there and the context and the project designer itself. Because we saw in the agenda, we shall have the donor expectation, or we depend on the needs of the donor. So in the real world, the monitoring and evaluation step starts from the problem identifications throughout the process of the cycle, but all again, as I said, it depends on the designing process.
Is it something to just to say it depends, or it's what actually happens? When is the monitoring evaluation plan designed or resolved? Do you have the monitoring evaluation after after the implementation, or when the implementation is involved? That is what? Who is right now? So I'm asking, when is the monitoring evaluation design plan designed or developed? Is it part of the activities related to monitoring evaluation, developing the plan? Is developing the plan part of the main activities?
Yes.
When is that? When does that start? Implementation or after implementation? What? Yes.
The question, what is the plan is different to the monitoring and evaluation. Because you probably want to do.
Okay, good enough. We have this on the course outline. We'll be defining the monitoring evaluation learning. Stay tuned. Thank you. Okay. Monitoring, evaluation, and learning. Those are the three concepts of monitoring, evaluation, and learning. When you combine them, it is considered as a system, interconnected. A system is called a system because it involves different parts working together to complement each other in order to do a common action or achieve a common objective. Okay? So now when you just go down and then define monitoring, evaluation, learning, you see the activities done under monitoring, the activities done under evaluation, and so on. So those will be covering them here. Yeah. Okay. You seem confused, but you will get it. Don't worry.
Yeah.
A point, but
Yeah. Maybe I think because there is something that what you call designing and also doing things. Yeah, that's maybe where people are just confused because from the beginning you design and after you implement, you do the monitoring and evaluation, but you design from the beginning. Yeah.
Yes, and then there's also intervention here. Why can't you also monitor? Why can't you evaluate the process done under problem identification? Why can't you sit as a team and then reflect on design? How do you call it? We also call or classify under monitoring evaluation. So monitoring evaluation is something that happens in the entire process. That's the correct one.
Maybe that's why we are here, because before coming here, I have that maybe if I would call it a misconception that and it's about tracking the success of the project after it started. But now maybe I have come to know that it goes beyond that, even if it was such.
I will emphasize on that when we get there. It's for sure tomorrow, today. Okay, next. Okay, here there is a concept that most of the public institutions use. Results-based management or monitoring. There are people who call monitoring. Here I wanted not just to go into those details, saying there have been principles like the Academy of RBM. But here I wanted here to understand that it's an approach that focuses on achieving results, measurable results, rather than simply completing activities. Because traditionally, the way I mentioned that traditionally everything was not flexible. The motivation was therefore just accountability, not improvement, not learning. So, with the lack of accountability, the key emphasis was not only on the results, was also on the activities. As this as stated, the agreed upon activity achieved, if yes, at which level? 90%, 100%, or no? The process, you discover that to do this, you need to go throughout this process. But when the science brings new solutions, whether instead of just going to the process and then you need to choose a shortcut, you will not allow. So now they say, let us now adopt result-based management for monitoring, where the key emphasis will be to the results. Let me give you an example. Here they say traditional. Do we complete the activities? And I didn't say, did that produce a meaningful result? Example, we have now the behavior change. Behavior change. How to do behavior change? I need first of all to buy those music instruments because I want to organize a campaign. I want also to talk with the community, invite them to come, and then put music in people dance and call upon people around. They come. What am I expecting from? Just to communicate. I will use my mic, then say, you need, there is that problem of HIV and areas to get commodities. You need to go and where they put those commodities. At least people understand that there is a way they can go and then pick commodities. Commodities, they say, fund of others. After getting that knowledge, what am I expecting? I'm expecting that at least at the end of this activity, I have 50 people attending who attended the campaign. That's also, I will come back to that. And I'm not here today. I want just to use this example to understand. So, if I have people attending the campaign, what am I expecting later? I want that at least 80% of those who attended the campaign use those commodities. And what else afterwards? if they use those commodities. This is the issue I had with the sewage. They will distribute where how do you get to know whether they are getting, they are using, actually using it. I used to be asking the same question right now. But in reality, they wanted just to reduce the incidence, the number of new cases of HIV. Now, with RBN, I will not stick on the number who attended the campaign. Because I will attend the campaign, because I am a fan of justice. I want yes.
Besides RBM has like kind of structure, the templates, what used to
Yeah. They have so many templates. When you go to the World Bank site, government, you have them, but I didn't feel this will be my preparation in this training. Because what I wanted just to know, to have you know, is that when it's selecting indicators, you give more credit on the results, on the results related indicators. That's the only concern I have. Yes.
I would like to share my personal story about training and what has actually happened.
Yes, please.
When I was in this.
Okay, let me just help those candidates who are online.
Yeah. But let's tell the personal story. I've been convicted most of the time with the political evaluation officer. I'm the project manager in the project as the monitoring evaluation officer. And when I saw this statement of this training, I was interested to come and learn because I was like having a personal issue at work. The officer, my colleague, who was doing actually give me the start to give me the data, the patients already session with the project, and I was trying myself to summarize the numbers, only the numbers, and send to the enemy officer. Because he came back to me, no, this is not what I need. And I was like doing my job, completing all the activities, giving him the summary data. I was not focused before when the outcome came in. I didn't know why. That is why I asked you before. My intention was to link the data, the number with the impact. What was keep asking me, the full reports and the full impact and the full stories, and I was worried. This is too much work. I have to do this a lot. Now I'm starting to.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are on the way there. I'll apply to upwards just before. Discussing this later on. Thank you for that comment.
Yeah, I just want for you to explain shorter term, taking into consideration the measurable results, also completing results.
Objective results is out of measurable results. Yes, that's yeah. Achieving measurable results.
Oh, yes, yes. Okay, this is where if you just directly be there, I have a lot to say because my research was just shifting the idea of smart. And then when my professors were just reviewing my work, the first question they said, the objective are not smart.
I don't know if they know smart, what is smart?
Smart is not smart. Okay, I had that issue. Yeah, smart. Smart is the principle. We cover it smart. I know everyone is smart. If they don't have anything to just to reproach you, they say your objective, your indicators are not smooth. But perhaps there is another principle that I got when I was researching. There is another called Queen. Right, remember? But instead of smart, there is a monitorable. Because when maybe okay, my friends, in my research, I analyzed actually the Twitter data. You know Twitter. Can you imagine Twitter? The text, yes. You can measure in the text if you have like a PDF. For those who are doing data science, I think you know what I'm saying. Yes, I can analyze the PDF document and then give you insights. And then you decide upon them. So measurable, it's associated with numbers. How many children do you have? 10. But when I say is the toilet or hand washing station closer to the source of water? The answer will be yes or no. How do you measure this? You can associate 0 and 1. If yes, 1. If no, it's the 0. But the 0 and 1 is not measurable because it's qualitative. We have it here. I can't risk measuring in numbers. Of course, this training is purely not mathematical related. But of course, we'll be talking about that. So that's qualitative. Qualitative is a way of appreciation, of feeling. So there is a way also to do that. So for smart, they want them to be measurable. The reason why I was just not giving more credit on smart, it's because when you have you have a project. When you are developing the design, you may choose like for one objective, 2 indicators. And the other objective, you have 10 indicators. Because in that, to respond to that objective, you have many measurable indicators. For the other one, you have a fewer indicators. And then I will say it's not fair. Because if data is like, it's a live blood, or evidence-based decision making, I would rather have many live blood than having very few. I was saying I should have many indicators for each objective instead of having less than that, fewer. So that's the reason why I was questioning that. So I think you get it. We'll come back. If it's not measurable, it's going to be monitorable under grading principles. But the most common and known principles are SMART. I'm not here now to say don't use SMART because your donors give more privilege SMART indicators. Okay? Continue. Deflection. I have so many deflection questions. Why is it important to focus on results rather than activities? We just saw it, but one information. Online, please, online. Why is it important to focus on results rather than activities or process? Why? If you delay, I'll give it to someone in front of me. Respond. Funny. Elaborate. Sounds good, but to me, it's sound.
So when we are doing we take that the design project as we relate that we reach to the benefit of this project by measuring the quantities, the qualities, and the people is out, but we need to go beyond to deliver the value. Then when we are constructing the we don't come with only this one. It counts the long line, we count the benefit of this works in the community for goodness. That's why we need to deliver the value.
Maybe this one was overreaching goal because everything is valuable, but the way you step up, just keep going up, you are getting more aggregated value. Maybe that's what you are. Can you complete maybe?
Yeah. For the first question, why is it in the span of the project, like project which have that 5 years, can affect the activity as force here. But when we measure the results, we measure the logic framework. It means we start by the goal, outcome, output of the activity. The activity is small and it can indicate the result for a shortened period, but when we measure the result for the lifespan of the project, we measure the content of the logical framework.
I got your meaning, overreaching. Just in the context of research chain. When you get, maybe when we discuss on the research chain, you see what I think I understand what you saying. Because an activity at the grass level, what you can achieve here can be not enough to reflect, to make a change that is needed at the higher level. Maybe I would rather speak on the higher level because this is aggregated value of the previous steps in the research, in the chain. Yes, that's what you think you mentioned. Yes.
Yes. So I want to respond to this question, but it confused when you talk about the focus on the results. We focus on the result rather than the activities. So basically, the result is when you are measuring your goal, you are value for the outcomes of the project. But where my confusion comes in is result, the reason.
Okay.
Focusing on the reason.
Okay.
Okay. We cannot focus on the result without the activities. Because the activities are those to perform, and those things that you carry out before we reach at the result. So I think in my own understanding, we have to focus more on the activities before looking at the result. That's why the result is the overall outcomes that we expect.
Okay. I know whether there is a confusion with my writing. Here I wanted just to measuring. I didn't mention, not to do activities. Here I wanted just to, I had in my mind RBM, research-based management. And then the research, it's a thinking of outcomes. Yes. Now, maybe to add on what we just said, when I think on activities, I need to do activities to have results. That's not the fact. But now when I want to measure, to do my monitoring and evaluation activities, my key emphasis on the results. You know why? Because doing activities, many activities, does not necessarily lead to achieving results, because they are now theological framework, as you said. There is that logic, result chain. When I do this, I should expect this, but in reality, I may not get that. I need to make sure that after doing the activities, I have reached that level. So I need to measure the results. In the RTM.
Yeah, so to my brother, let me just make this clear. Like the example you gave about the campaign and the product. So you carry on the awareness in the community, and then you targeted 50 attendants. Then those 50 people came, you gave them the products. Some of them take the product, they didn't use it. But then you feel that your activities was carried out. You leave from that community, you go to another community, you distribute the commodity. The exchange come, they take the commodity, they go. You feel that you have achieved. But then, the commodities that were given, are these people using it to give you the desired results? So you should be focusing on the result, not just the distribution of the commodity. If they distribute the commodity, the people think, okay, home, some of them they didn't use it. Maybe some of them went there because of the entertainment, to listen to the music. Yeah. But then the result was when the people take a commodity, they should use it to reduce the, let's say, infection. The new infection. Yeah. But it was not a key. Your focus was just on the activity. Since you carry on the activity, you distribute the commodity, it's okay.
For the sake of time, can we continue this conversation afterwards? Yes. I'm getting the break during the lunch time. Hey, I should be saying, and it should be acknowledging or accepting.
Yes.
There's a planning.
Because I just want to simplify it.
Okay.
Like the way now we are attending the class, this classroom, but it doesn't mean we will all succeed. It's like everybody attend the class. Maybe I'm attending here, but I'm not focused. So that's the reason why we need to measure. We need also to have an exam afterwards. So we need to measure results rather than just only the activity of attending.
So thank you.
Okay.
I think you are already clear. You were talking about focusing. You are not talking about measuring. So since you are already got the measure, then I will focus on measuring the results. But you cannot, I told you, you cannot focus on the results when you are with other activities. Because like he said carry your maybe activities, you just give out those things. You don't focus on how those things are being created. No, do you expect results? No. So the first thing you need to do is for focusing, you have to focus more on activities. But when it comes to measuring that, measure your results. That's all.
Okay, so maybe it's my fault because I should have here included the word measuring.
Yeah.
But in reality, if you have enough resources to be measuring it, it prevents you from doing that. But remember, you need to make good use of resources, available resources. You don't have resources in it, you limited number.
The components are going to access has a potential to be continuous or not. Because there are some resources that are not money.
Yes. Yeah. So here it is simplifying, but I recognize there is a missing word here. It's about measuring. Yeah. If you have like 3 ways of getting somewhere. Why should you investigate each element in each process, in each way? I should be focusing where they need to be getting. Then make sure and account how many have got there. Please, afterwards. Okay, how can monitoring help petition? I know we have some discussion, it's a full of discussion. Yes. How can monitoring help improve project implementation? Do you agree that monitoring can help improve project management? No, project implementation? If yes, how? No, someone has not said. Yes. So not the biggest, that's kind of so that what I reckon the good framework is the goals. People don't start and it's safe to go to learn how to we can continue this way why you should be yes.
We spoke about results-based management. The process of monitoring. How can you get your action to objective or not? Because if you want to, the answer to the field just want the positive is over 100%. So you need to go there and good part, you know, it's
verification. Okay, thank you. What might happen if a project does not measure its outcome? If we just believe I have competent people, I have enough money, and then I have a logical model. Logical model, it's like I said, for me to get today development objectives. I have now described the process through which I'll be organizing my preparation, or using all available resources, and then for sure I'll get there because I read the available resources and even the scientists have approved that whoever does the same will necessarily reach there. What if I stay there and then don't measure? What will happen? What will happen? What might happen if a person does not measure its outcome?
Disappointed.
Disappointed. This brings me another question. Do you work? Do you do? Programming is just to subscribe donors. Stakeholder, use the key one stakeholder. Yeah, that's more complex. Okay, that's true. And if you replace donors with stakeholders. And again, it better includes stakeholders. But without the issue of certifying anyone. They say, unfortunately, I have that expression in English, I don't know. Like, what? You don't know where you are heading to. No. Will you consider? Okay, when you don't know where you are heading to, you don't know whether you have arrived or not.
I think for the what might happen is not measured outcome. It is for me, my understanding, there is two ways. If it is not achieving its outcome, in particular, or not measuring its outcome, if it is not only measuring its outcome, we redesign. But if it is not achieving the outcome, it is what we have reduced costs.
For
me, that the response we gave, it is when might happen if a project does not achieve the outcome. That is one. But when it is not measured its outcome, I think we try to set the outcome to be measured.
But you were asked to respond to the question that is there. Don't respond to the question that you have in your mind.
It's a question of measuring.
It's a question of measuring.
Yes.
Because of the measuring.
I think when it is a question of measuring only, we design to set the outcome which is measurable.
Philosophy, that's another philosophy. Yes. Yes, yes.
I don't want to achieve if we didn't
Exactly, that's the question I was expecting to have. One of the questions I was expecting. Think of planning. How can you learn and adapt for future programs? To be able to decide the future plans, you need to learn from what has just happened. So you are missing a piece of learning. You may achieve those results, if other factors still the same. Because no, you have to do the same. Yes, you may achieve them if the only issue is on measuring. But remember, you may have very limited knowledge on what you just achieved. If this is the case, you are not the man. You are likely to mess up with the future design. Okay? Learning. Okay, next. The chain. The result chain you were talking about. Result hierarchy. Okay. Come back to the example I gave you on the campaign. Here we have 5 elements. 5. That are here on chronological fashion. There is inputs. Those are the things we have. And then, with the inputs, with the things you have, we perform activities. We do things. And then from the things we do, there are our products. Immediate product is outputs. And there are obviously the results. This is what I was saying. Start with output or output to impact. Outcomes and impact. And in the project cycle or in our operations, there are things we have control over. And then you have things we don't have control over. Do we have control over output? Yes or no? The answer is yes. So meaning that if you are part of the project management or a staff, you'll be asked the assessment you're talking about. We arrived to this. The initial assessment. Because you have control over those things. But you want to have this those products expecting that those results, immediate results from intervention, will produce outcomes. The benefits you have from here. Example I gave you is like I have 50 people who attended the campaign. Why have you called upon them to attend those campaigns? And then deliver the message. Because you wanted them to use the commodities from the example I gave you. So people who actually used commodity. And if they do this, it's a great expectation that everything is hidden in this chronological fashion. If you are talking about the development program, most importantly, monitoring and evaluation. Okay? Any question with this? So from now until the last day, we'll be seeing everything in this way. Okay. Next. Yeah. Yes.
Yes, on that where can you use the
yes. So this I can have indicators. Indicators of activity. I have indicators here. I have indicators here and there. But now, because I want to use my resources wisely, and I need to be a rational human being, as the economist said. You know rational? Yeah. Not okay. So I would now give more credit when measuring risk, measuring achievement, or whether I'm on track or not, just on outcome. On outcome. Okay. Next. That's an example. Yeah, my examples fall on the water sanitation hygiene, because this was not done by mere chance, because I saw that we are now from different backgrounds, and then I saw that everyone at least use water and needs sanitation. That's why my examples are on wash. So inputs, I had one staff, I may not be exhaustive. Activities, I build water points, sensitize community, population. Output, water point should be built. Outcomes, they have access on those infrastructures, and then impact the disease are reduced. So imagine another example of your choice. Imagine an example of your choice. Yes. Malnutrition. Yes. Trends, number of parents trained. Here I simplified the things, those are not smart. You make them smart. Okay, number of parents who attended those kitchen demonstration. Number of kitchen gardens, number of community health workers who were trained, and so on and so on. No, what was expected at the outcome? Under 5.
So the thing that
of death. You discuss it when here I didn't expect to have like 100% potential. Yes, go ahead, please. Go ahead. Speak up, please. Someone online?
Wamwishuye angahe? Hanze gukatura.
When you have a design, you have to have a design team. How many times you revise? Yes, if the device at the end. Yes, go ahead. Understanding email. Here we have completed the context, and now we are starting mail. So mail, which is monitoring evaluation and planning. If they want to say mail officer, sometimes you have also mail coordinator. You have also mail specialist. You have this stands for monitoring evaluation, accountability, and learning. There is another planning, monitoring, evaluation. What's learning, evaluation? So many JVs. Yeah. We but someone officer, okay. Officer is someone the junior. But now instead of focus going coordinator, manager. Okay. Specialist, okay. But now manager, coordinator. Which term best describes the work the company does? Manager or coordinator? Let me say, a simple officer asks me to provide reports. It's like a simple, it's mentioned in simple. By the way, describe it. He will be an officer. You may be a manager. He say report. When I report, they say, she say, or he say, the report is not enough. Not complete. So meaning, if you know you are a manager, you are also doing mail activities. This means to make a case that everyone in the organization does monitoring evaluation. Am I right or no? Our work, yes. Everyone in the organization, even the CEO. Yes. If you have a very well-described job description, you will have the work, the company will do this. Management 60%. Monitoring evaluation 15%. Supervision budget 5%. And so on until you have 100%. Meaning that every organization has monitoring evaluation. Who needs to report? There is only one who reports to organization. It's an officer. Now, if it is an officer, he should be called accordingly. I'm saying it should be a position named in the correct way, because if someone can ask his or her supervisor to report, it should not maybe it should be coordinated. So monitoring the operation, either be called officer, be called the manager, be called someone else, you are coordinating. And again, you are building capacities. I developed during no, it was means, I don't know if we outline the meaning, but regularly. You need to make sure that our intervention is still as expected, is still driving to the expected results. We see how to do that. Evaluation, you assess the results. I like people how they just they make that a clear distinction of monitoring and evaluation. But for me, I mean, maybe I don't practice it. Apart from I just considering the way they describe, they define them for monitoring and evaluation. If I don't consider other factors, they are the same, because it's a way of making that you are in the right direction. Whether you are still implementing or whether you are about to complete it. But the only the difference is when I do monitoring and when I do evaluation. If monitoring, I do it on a routine basis. When you collect the data from the field, you may collect it using composite books or not, you may go ask information from like reports, still monitoring evaluation. But when I say I do it on a periodically, that is evaluation. And then evaluation, because I know that most of the stakeholders will accept, will give more credits. I like that way, that one. On evaluation other than monitoring. Why? Because monitoring is done by the people who are implementing, meaning they are evaluating themselves. pathway evaluation, most of the cases is done by, but it may be done by internals when you don't know that. Even evaluation can be done internally. But there is a question, there is a checklist. You need to ensure, you need to give assurance, enough assurance to your stakeholders that you are not bring self-evaluation issues. So if you do it internally, you need to have the leader. The leader of that assessment from outside. It can happen. But in most of the cases, you need to guarantee that there won't be any issue about self-evaluation. Okay? But now, since we are with the new technology, we will see that engaging externals sometimes will be difficult. Yes. So now learning, improve programs. As I say, you learn from what the results from evaluation, from monitoring, and then you decide whether to adapt, no, or to remain the same. If you don't change anything, you think you raise, you start that the lesson learned, that will be useful for future planning, future design. Okay? So basically, think of monitoring evaluation and learning as a system. It's like a system. A system is something which has parts interconnected, working together to achieve the common results. So many systems ensure that development are accountable, because you are using the available resources in the way that your stakeholders might wish. Okay? Evidence-based, you collect the evidence. Whatever decision you have to document it with enough insights. And you continuously improve. Any question on this? I would because I developed a system, I didn't want just to go in much more details, but here understand that when you see you are called modern evaluation learning office manager, you are managing. You're managing system, which includes people includes your supervisors, supervisors, even the higher level. You are also managing data, or managing everything. Okay. Next. Can you read for us? One second.
What is monitoring? Continuous tracking of activities and outputs, identify problems, and take.
It's missing two, identify.
Identify problems, and take corrective action. Are activities being met on schedule? That is the first question. Then the second, are the resources being used effectively? Are the outputs being delivered as planned? Is the project or activity on track?
Okay, so without going further details, we are responding to those questions. Remember, when you are expected to have a review or evaluation, sometimes you do your self-evaluation. That self-evaluation is called monitoring. If it happens on a daily basis, okay? So you are responding to whether activities you are expecting the schedule. If activity was scheduled to take place in March, and then you do it in May, what happened? You need to have the valid reason for that. It may be right. But now, reviewing that, recognizing that should have done this activity in March, it's a good thing for you to ensure that next activities, future activities will not be affected. So resources, efficiency and all that, as planned, on track. So if they are not on track, and those are the things you can do, you can just go back on track. Then things continues. So it's here, it's a continuous routine, focus on tracking progress, of course, based on predefined indicators. We shall not we shall see indicators. Okay. Continue.
Then monitoring is usually a continuous routine focused on tracking progress and based on predefined indicators.
Yes. Next slide. Evaluation.
What is evaluation? It's a periodic and systematic assessment of intervention to know if it is relevant. Did it address the right problem on effectiveness? Did it achieve its objectives on efficiency? Where resources used, where resources used wisely, on impact, what changes resulted, then sustainability, will the benefits last?
Okay, it's okay now. Here I brought all those things, not necessarily that every evaluation will be covering all those. I realized that I missed some other key other areas. But here, what I wanted to emphasize, it's a periodic. Before the program intervention starts, what kind of version do we have? Why do you the first design? So where we start from? What? Why? Why do we have to know where we start from? To set targets. Yes, to set targets. Another thing?
So looking based on the precedents that and give the chance to the index.
It will help us in the future evaluation. Yes. That's good. So you need to know where you are to be able to judge whether you have done right or not. Yes. Okay. So those are criteria for OECD. But now futures for the evaluation. I wanted also to do this. Systematic. What do you think systematic means? In order. In order. What is?
Yeah.
Very
Actually, there are some standards and procedures to follow. Which systematic.
Yes. Here, there is one. Review. Systematic. Yes, that's a systematic. I think the systematic. There is a clear difference between research and evaluation. Here, why can't we call evaluation research? Because in evaluation, you correct that you use correctly the data operation methods and the methods. You will do data analysis, you interpret, you analyze, and then interpret the results and write the report. Why can't we call it research? I saw it, I had here some people saying they are supporting research. Do you know what? Do you know the difference? Few things. And what about the evaluation? Can't we have the lesson learned? Okay, I was just to respond to systematic. Systematic means that the approach the way we do evaluation should, as robust as possible, to be able to be reproduced by someone else. But in the end, is it possible? Do you think that the way this company that got the assignment standardized, yes, standardized. But is it possible in our perspective? So, okay, let's say we had 3 companies who submitted their offer just to do evaluation. And then we choose one of the 3. Do you think the way the company that got that assignment will be the way they did it will be the same as the way other 2 companies would do the assignment if they were given that chance? That is the only difference between evaluation and research. Because evaluation, here there is what I thought that we need to be frank. And then we just describe what happened. I am in evaluation. I will say that I need to change like 5 people's mind. No, 5 minds of, no, 5 people's minds. Behavior change. But if my stakeholders come and say, why by not now? You should have changed the minds of people. Meaning that the results should be appreciated by the stakeholders. You get that? The evaluation requires subjectivity. Even if you perform more than 100%, unless this is accepted by the stakeholders, you will be qualified as someone who poor performer. You get that? If what I did is not acceptable to the stakeholders, that's the truth. People don't say. But there is a book, there is a training in EDX, developed by Harvard. I think Harvard. It is a special for those economics. I don't know, it talks about the development, the issue with development, challenge of development. They talk about those things. So in evaluation, you need, and in the planning, the development programming, you need to supply the needs of stakeholders, willing or not. If you don't supply them, just go. It is that subjectivity. So now here, evaluation, you need to develop the methodology for evaluation with an idea that a wise man, a rational human being, should do the same. Try your best. This is the reason why it is called a systematic. So for monitoring, you do the way you want, because that's done with team and the team. Conducted here, assessing points in the midterm, midline, etc. Aims to judge success, impact, and the value, often done by external people or products. Okay? Any question about this? So the trick I just told you, you may not have had them in your master. Questions online?
Yes, yes. Thank you. I have question. I have question for monitoring. So for the slide, sorry. Did you hear me?
Which slide, please?
Yes.
Which slide?
17. So you told us
17.
about monitoring. I have a question for the monitoring. When we told us it's really to track progress only. But my question is, when you follow on tracking progress only, but don't focus on the procedures, to follow the procedures, this also can be the good things.
Oh yes, thank you. You have you seen the second bullet?
So you told us about this monitoring.
Yes.
You told us is tracking the progress. But in monitoring, when you tracking the progress only, but not focusing on the forward the procedures, because you know every activity has the procedures to follow. This is the for not following the procedures. It is not required for monitoring for also following the procedures.
Okay, I had your question, please. Thank you for
Yeah.
good question. So we say here, we are tracking the progress.
Yes.
Meaning that we are checking ourselves without involving anyone from outside
Yeah.
that we are on track. Meaning,
Yes.
if we committed to build like 5 houses for people with disability, we
Yes,
need to
yes.
know whether we are yet there or not.
Yes.
If we believe we have completed only 3, and then we remain with no means to build remaining 2, we are not on track.
Yes.
But if we believe we remain with 2 buildings not completed, but we still have meaning funds, we still have also plots where to build those houses. We can say we have had delays, but those delays were caused by this, maybe heavy rains, don't know, or other factors, other factors, which are not under our control, and then we document every step. So that's the reason why we say we need to be tracking progress. When it comes to compliance, there are other people who are in charge of compliance. We have internal auditor, we have compliance officer, we have even donor will come and then make what they call field visit, something like that, and then they just discuss this with the manager instead of monitoring and evaluation officer. So, but now, even for those management related or administrative related tasks, if we have indicators for them, we need also to track them. But here, we made a case that here we are only monitoring result-related indicators. I don't think this will be part of that. Are you okay now?
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much for that good question. So
You're welcome.
next question. Right? Yes. Another question? Yes.
I will just ask you, based on the reality, to say that the question is systematic. When you say that
Yeah, let's put let's make let me say this. Evaluation to improve. Evaluation seeks to improve. You get that? But research seeks
biriya biryo ntabwo byatuma ugira witegewe.
the beneficiaries.
I mean, even though I'm many, but there is some that are very potential to you based on the project. So, that one will influence your result if you are moving to. But
The systematic. I get you. I get you. But then that is why when you prepare a report, you just come and then be in front of a team of people who have read, who have taken enough time to read the report. And then who come with a number, I don't know, I can't really count. The number of questions. Sometimes some making sense, some others something else. I can't say. Why? Because they want it to be, no, they want the process to be systematic as possible. Because if you hire in mind that say I use systematic sampling. You know systematic? Yes. Systematic. You say you have a list. I will always pick the same. Explain this why. You know when for those statisticians, you know the associated with to know the random sampling. Why do we have to do some random sampling? Masters systematic is that reason. Then we say, you know, that's correct. But the resources that we were available could not allow us to go and then use extended participants. You will be very well equipped to respond. And then for them to accept that, you will be talking something that can be acceptable. Let's say acceptable. In providing acceptable thing or acceptable report, this will be systematic. But not at the level of being research, like applied research. Like research will go into the lab and then measure using different kind of equipment or almost 100%. But in evaluation, no. But the beauty of evaluation seeks to improve. Whenever you want to improve the life level of the population, he said, yes. Government said, yes. Donor will be estimating a little bit. But afterwards, when the donor says the source sees that government has accepted, and then they are willing also to expand the level of the implementation zone. They say, oh, let's go.
But most of the time, it's the publication to the study.
Yes.
That's why this is one. Somehow.
Okay, you complete me. If you want the evaluation report to appear in a peer review channel or whatever, they will again review that. What will they be reviewing? With that, the result is systematic or not. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Go to the next. Okay. Go. Next. Learning. I like learning. Learning refers to the process of reflecting on the evidence and using it to develop program and policies. You have explained this how we be learning. That's okay. Learning will involve review monitoring. Exactly. You use the information about monitoring for evaluation, and then review monitoring data, reflecting on evaluation findings, identifying the lesson learned, adjusting program strategies. Don't adjust without informing stakeholders. If you want to be in peace with them, don't use your data science knowledge you have. And other explanations that can convince many people. Even if they are 5 or 10, they would come and then say, go away with your adjustment. So every adjustment needs to be documented and approved. There is another maybe to be frank with you. Sometimes when I'm training, I want just to be wise to myself and you. When you want something to change, when you are managing a project, we used to be doing that because there are a number of projects that in. If you want a change, commission or research, because stakeholders like research. If they say, who does this? Work with the World Bank, work with the UNDP, impact evaluation, environmental impact assessment. When you hear environmental impact assessment, you think it's huge. And the recommendation that will be in that report, the report that will say, yes, they will not even take time to understand the expression. They say, if this was done by that guy, good. Yes, we need to be doing that. But the problem here is, after mid-term, baseline evaluation, how many years will you wait to have mid-term if you have a 5-year project? 2, mainly, it is done on a third year of the project. But when the results from the mid-term evaluation will be validated and published. The realities, I'm talking about the realities, towards the end of the conflict, if not the beginning of opportunity. Recommended to read my thesis. This is the fact. It takes time to commission, to hire consultants. And then to do the work also takes time. Then they say it's 2 months, 1 month, and all that. When they just they get the report, evaluation report, so they get time to understand what is the report. First of all, many project management team, they are not able to develop terms of reference. They say, if you have consultant, again, we submit them to the manager for him to sign. And then the consultant, they know, very well enough, say, oh, put there this. Then I say, why have you done this one? I'm not saying anything. Look at it. Comes to reference. Silent. And the report is there. The one in charge, the project manager, I don't know what version, will read that. The report we are producing here. Imagine the report produced by data scientists. Computation, mathematical formulas. No one will understand. Models. Presentation. Explaining, then sometimes say, you can't understand that. So clear. Imagine the report without what's nothing. And then, if we notice that this is the report is validated at the end of the report, the recommendation the recommendation in the 5th year, there's no activities. It's like why that's the because my idea was there to the data what plenty of data in your program, but you don't use them. So the learning, okay, we get the information, but we don't use it. At least you, since you hear from me, you will make sure that terms of reference are developed and validated and approved towards the end of the 2nd year. So that maybe 3 months of the 3rd year, the consultant was hired and then started the job. Otherwise, you are not using that. You're not using the recommendation from the midterm evaluation. So you are doing it as checklist. You're checking the list. Okay. Adaptive management. What is adaptive management? Go for the next. I think this is where we are explaining that. Okay. Adaptive management. Here I know. Oh, or 11. Adaptive management. Learning by doing. Learning. And why we are learning from doing? Because we are working in a complex and uncertain environment. So we need always to understand the context we are in order to adapt to it. Simply, we need to see cause and the reality. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, next. You understand the adaptive management? An example. Imagine a community program aimed at improving access to clean water in rural areas. In the planning phase, the program team decided to install a set of water pumps in selected villages, assuming that proximity to water sources is the main barrier. You know the government challenge is access. Access to clean water. But the access here is conceived in a way that whenever you put water pumps close to the community, for sure, they will use it. After implementation, monitoring the data, the report from the field, the visits, shows that although the pumps are functional, they were installed correctly. Usage is lower than expected. What happened? Section phase. Sit down. They tell when they sit together in the first phase. Further investigation revealed that source the next product, the system, wow, everything is done. By doing mindset, the program adapts itself. You need it is community training or pump maintenance. You have something there, the population say, don't touch on that. Once you touch, you'll be stuck. And establishes a support system for repairs. In subsequent one-time cycles, usage increases, indicating that the revised strategy is more effective. In that process, what have we done? Adaptive management. Do the same. Okay, continue. Okay. Principle. Okay, that's an example. Good things, good behaviors are applied there. Stakeholders. Have you had a case where a donor, like those new local organization, local NGO, when it's something a local NGO, something very different, because you need to be there to deliver without getting paid. If you tell someone give you or ask you to perform some activities, they will not include any payment because they don't have any trust in you. You need to do it. But in front of your beneficiaries, they say, this team, they are sitting much more money to us, they're pretending they are helping us, but in reality, they are benefiting from those funds themselves. So, better to be transparent. Now, accountability, you need to be accountable, reporting, participation. You need to participation of every stakeholders, keywords, stakeholders. You need any decision, you need to be based to base on the data. It's on evidence. Okay, next. Ethics. Now.
I would like to understand better based on the example you gave us, when are we supposed to start to adapt ourselves throughout this cycle to make sure like whatever we are implementing, we are not waiting for the end of the project to adapt our program intervention based on the lesson learned. I was reflecting on this case that happened in the community where a pharmacy was not used. I was reflecting, were those end users consulted before implementing such interventions? So this was coming up as a question: when are we supposed to start to think about management once we are implementing the project?
Good question. Thank you very much. Otherwise, I've missed something. When do we have to start the process of adaptive management? In the process, the data process. Let me first of all make a case. How long does it take between the design and implementation? Less than 2 years? Very few. More than 2. This time I'm not sure. This maybe something like last year. if things change, have changed since last year, it's okay. Most of the cases, the project that are implemented, being implemented, it takes time for them to approve, to design, to get it approved. Right, you need to start implementation. Meaning that the time we start implementation, sometimes we are in great delay. Someone to oppose to ask objection on that? Sometimes. So yes, even the process, the approval process, the routine, something. Yes, there is a routine administrative process to start a program. Because you need to go for the central government, you need to go to the local government, you need to contact the people, different angles. Sometimes it is with the good enough with baseline, that time when you start, it's okay. Because at least you have image, right? Just before implementation. So adaptive management, it needs to be done as early as possible. Because if you have baseline, the assessment you do with the baseline data will help you, as you correctly say, set targets. And also, sometimes you can make a case saying the program was designed 2 years back, but with the results we have as our assumptions. There is assumption. In the framework, we did discussing about assumption. There is assumption. There is a question of evaluation. Our assumptions still valid. If assumptions are no longer valid, we need also to question that. This is part of adaptive management, just a baseline. So there is nothing that prevents you from doing adaptive management in each stage. But most importantly, we see it in implementation, of course, because it's where we face realities. The prior side of the phases will be basing on the written documents and so on, apart from the baseline, because in the baseline is not information. But since we have not approached in the appropriate way, the participants, the beneficiaries may be on. So better to start with implementation. Okay.
Yes, adaptive management can touch the change of location where you are implementation.
Why not? Yes. Because when designing a project, you have the initial form of nutrition. Used to be the issue was especially in Europe and the Yamashite. But we don't know yet now whether it is still an issue. Imagine the project documents, the project that were developed that time. They were mentioning that part of Western province. It is in Western province of one. Things may have changed. So if it happens with your adaptive management, then you see the challenge was shifted from this area to another area. You can recommend accordingly.
You mean, yes, if you move like you have a project for 5 years, so
That's great. Thank you.
like 5 years, but if you have to found that the assumption is already adaptive and you are in the third year. So are you allowed to change?
You are not allowed. You are not allowed because it seems the project is not possible. Yeah, if the program is longer possible, that's one of the reasons, the rationale of doing midterm evaluation. Because midterm evaluation can make a determination that you stop the activity where they are now. The implementation is no longer possible. For instance, the program that will just ongoing during COVID period. What do you think would be the recommendation for me to come?
I mean, you have like 5, one of the 5. Found out the selection criteria.
Simply bring this issue to stakeholders. Your work is to document and then bring evidence of what you are. That's why it's up to the stakeholders to take decisions. Even the small one, you are not allowed to do it.
Yeah.
It's time. I know it's time. It's time. Yeah. 5, no, 5. No,
I think the British scenario quick. It happened back in our country, and we were able to accurately on our community.
But
So, excuse me, yes, you can leave your.
First visit. Incorrect in 70% of your beneficiaries. But you are giving them money.
Yes.
Directly or indirectly. Those are your beneficiaries. You have selected them from long time. And then when you go on the field, so then when you want to ask them, because they are, those are the teachers, you have paid their children school fees. So when you present yourself in front of them, say you ask any question you want, without asking any informed consent. Something that happens?
Why did we change the participant?
No, but we don't participants. When you are collecting data from someone, that person is your participant. Correspondent.
Or negative.
Even when it's some changes that.
In the country.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not seeing it. Okay, thank you. If this was providing the policy, was not providing the policy that we don't have to call responding participants.
Maybe if one of the terms of schematic way, maybe you check, maybe today we can maybe collect the information from someone and next time we also collect the information at the same person or can change the person since that.
But did you call that person participant or respondent?
It's
both. I think both you can call him or her participant or respondent. But your question you asked
changing them maybe over time, if maybe your evaluation need to be in a different periods. For example, quarter one, maybe you do maybe set questionnaire with one participant and the other quarter, you may change the name of participant or keep asking the same information.
Asking. This it depends on test. It has some implication. For instance,
it may depend on the purpose.
For what?
It may depend on the purpose. The purpose of asking.
No. That's statistically. That needs statistical explanation. Because, like, it found that you keep but you are in the other areas, you may ask someone this time, this quarter, and then in the other time you ask someone else. Or in impact evaluation, if you change, this brings other things that can be attributed to the bias you get. So they might when you change. But if this happens and then you lose someone, what do they call attrition? If you lose your participant, your respondent, you need those to assess. So you can do that, but it has implication when you are just trying the results you have. Or you can also assess the impact statistically. Whenever you see there's nothing, it's okay. But it is statistical analysis. Inform the consent, it does you ask. I'm collecting information from you. You are free to provide for questions you want. You are also free not to respond to the question if you are uncomfortable. Would you like to go on with the conversation? If he or she accepts, you have that informed consent. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, confidentiality. You need not to disclose information you have requested. You know, Malaysian age is 18. You may disclose your age. While collecting data, I said, I will not disclose the information, so please tell me your age. I know that collecting age from our sisters sometimes needs a further step. So you don't need to disclose that information. If you want to be in peace with them. Responsible data use. You say you are collecting information just to help us plan for you another project, no, to develop another project, or to do this and that. And then after collecting data, just justify that you provide that reason for them to provide you information. After collecting information, use the information for other purposes. That's literally for it. Now that we have that personal data protection, you may be sure. There is, I think in data protection, they say the data collected in one cannot be stored outside the country. Being stored outside the country means a lot. You may get across the border, you may stay here, and then store in the drive or Amazon and the other outside storing areas. Whenever you are caught, you may help responsible for that. So protection of vulnerable groups. Think that people may have some disability. Maybe data collected from male, from female. Oh, no, not yet. Okay, just like data consideration. But yet the vulnerable groups. Okay. So ethics, very important when you are doing your job as monitoring the evaluation. Someone to help me, I don't know what where is it? Don't overlook any of those things. I once again reiterate that we need to be compliant to comply with the law. Reflection of questions. Why is the confidentiality important when you're collecting personal information? I explained it. No. What did I say? Sister, you haven't known your talent, your program. You know the reason why you need to keep information. That's why. Okay. As human beings, that's equity and fairness. How can community participation improve merit system? Why do we have? Why do we have to make sure that community has participated in whatever action we're doing, especially in monitoring areas? Is it something that you do, something that needs to be doing? If it is what? After the lunch, energize away. Okay. Okay, stand up, please. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, stay here. So we are going to count from 1 up to 10. But we need to follow the procedure. Yes, to comply with them. Yes. Here it's 1. Here it's 1, 2. Here it is 1, 3. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, up to 10. Yes, are you ready? Yes. I need your voice again. Yes. Don't keep quiet. Count. 1, 2, 3, go. 5. 5. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 6, 7, 8, 9. Thank you. So now, sorry. No problem. What time you have? Why do we have to involve community? Yes. So we involve the trust. Yes. Any other? Implementation. They can advise. What might happen if organizations manipulate data to show better results? Do you think this can happen? Or it does happen? What they call cooking. What might happen?
Based on the informed decision.
Uninformed decision. The decision is not informed. It is informed decision, but it is wrong.
According to the data they have.
Yes. It can lead to the failure of the activity of the implementation. Okay, what is the high? Are we back? You are back. Oh yeah, go down. There. Okay. No. Yes, 3. Now, frameworks. I'm glad we have energized ourselves. Frameworks in Africa. But now, we call them otherwise frequently. They're not frameworks. We have logic models. Everyone wants to be logic. And then the logic was mentioned in one card. Which one is those? Which one was that? And someone with logic. Is it blue, or green, gold? No. Who's scary?
Carry is blue.
No, logic. Logic was green. Green. Okay, we vote. Yeah, frameworks. So basically here the idea is that the activity is, if someone asks you whether you have done or you have had a chance to work in a complex world, and if you remember that you have worked for an activity for an intervention, set that. Because the intervention is complex. Yes. So now being complex, it requires a green light. You need to have a line that guides you. A complex one is like where you can't see neatly. So you are in a forest, which is dark. There is, you know, I give the word. For example,
Yes.
Yes, you are now in the dense forest. You can't have your way. You can't figure out your way. What do you do? Either you have like a machete just to clear the way. If you not, if it's a night, you need at least to have a torch. Or you can also use the natural lights. So now the natural lights you have in that complex world, which is project, which is activities, is to have a logical model. Here I'm mentioning 4. I remember I read through them. The way they are explained differs by donor, by partners. There will be people explain it differently. But for me, I choose those definitions because I have taken enough time. I saw the way what the bank defines. So how this the former say, and then they have a lot of what they call planning now. The rest of planning for they have a program at the same time. They publishing so many topics. When UN and the others define those framework. And some might have the 3, but then they should be 4, but actually the 4 can be part of one of them. You see it. So the 4 frameworks, which form backbone of results-based programming. Remember the results-based and the main systems. Here I'm talking. Can you maybe hide? No, click it. Yes. Theory of change. Have you heard about theory of change? Someone who has not heard about that. Theory of change. Theory of change. We don't understand it. There is a theory, change, and it's a linking word of change. Why change? Because we started with defining a problem. There is the way we conceive the change could be broken. So this is theory of change. Sometimes I use the way they are named. So it explains how and why change happened. Okay, there is that problem. But this is where we are heading to. How can you depart from there and then here? This happened, this also will happen. We'll see it. So here, the problem is hypothesis. I believe that many, or some of you have not heard about that. Am I right? Someone has not heard about the problem and hypothesis. For sure, you are lying with me. Who has not? I want to see the. Okay, I asked differently. Someone who has heard about the development hypothesis. Even the researcher can have that. Research. You're not responding. Whenever if the answer, if I need to know someone who has heard about this, I can't see anyone. If I see someone who actually knows that, no one. So this one, it is simply an if-then statement. Part of the other frameworks. But the most, like you said, was a stick on this because it can deflect our monetary liberation activities because it's really brings the clarity on how the change can be done. So we seek everything. Results framework, I think this you know. Results, the structure expected results. Okay. Here I'm mentioning them. I'm sure we are going one by one. Logical framework, I think you know. It's this one operationalized measurement and implementation. So the 4 frameworks or logical frameworks, the logic models. There is one if we need to have just at least one. Which one do you think we can stay with? Can deal with? If we need to have only one framework, which one do you think? I know we don't know much about that. So which one do we at least have? Logical framework. If you say logical framework, which one you pass? Okay, let's start with was working with the child-headed households. There were households which were headed by children. Those children was also teaching the siblings. Imagine when. And we had a vision where we said those children needs to be connected, or their needs need to be picked up within the community. They say churches, local churches there, they need to be approaching those children. Local leaders need also to resolve their problems. What they call it vision of community. There is something else that mix. So this is the way they conceive the change can be achieved. So they have built their theory of change in that way. If you take local leaders, we take churches, we take families, also try to solve their problems. They think that the vulnerability of the children will be yes. Now the theory of change is the how and why the change happened. It is called the causal pathways, if-then relationship. In development, as I said, I mentioned, I nuanced this morning that we are building those things under assumption. I said, if the community are helping the children, helping their households, if the churches are also bringing their attention to them, local countries are also advocating for them, and the families also are striving with the minimum resources they have to solve their problems. They think the development, the change will happen. But what if none of them does what is supposed to be doing? It can happen. If local leaders have, many vulnerable children, in some needs cannot be fight what will happen. So meaning that we are building what we have here as a theory of change, but now we build this under using assumptions. Assumptions provide that this will be this one will be doing this. We think what causes this event to happen for this problem, the problem to happen, will no longer happen again. What if the issue comes back? So, to reflect the complexity and the uncertainty, of course, that's the reason why you have assumption. So, include direct and direct contributing factors. Okay, let's go down to see some examples. I think we're able to understand. Otherwise, this will remain text and the theories, as you say. Will be someone who likes the theory, it's a goal. Will make the goal as people. Theoretical. Theoretical, which character accommodates theoretical character. Green. Yeah, it's green. It's green. Go down. Okay. There is no template that can be common for everyone, just for theory of change. That's the reason why I have many, I think I have 4 or 3 examples of theory of change. Theory of change, you can draw it as a graph, you can draw, you can do whatever you want, provided that you show how and why the change happens. Let's take an example here. Most of the theory of change is related to the organization project. Because the project, if it is based on a project, you can't have information, you can't have overall picture of the organization. So it is here, the organization is give where you live foundation. This is the theory of change. Here they say we exist to create a fairer, more equitable community. That may be their vision, their mandate. So now, to achieve this, we believe. See the way it started. We exist to create a fairer, more equitable community. To achieve this, we believe we need to, first of all, identify and address systemic, and the structural barriers that impede opportunity and contribute. Idea is systemic. It's not something that is here to rehabilitate. So the other thing, we need to take a community approach. We don't go with individuals. We now have just consider the entire community. The aim is not, this is an example. I don't want to go into this, but just to show you how it is built. I don't, yes. So to support the self-determination of Australia, First Nation people. This is the way they see the change will happen. And we needed to do this and prioritizing what? Or focusing on that those are the areas of intervention. Ensuring food security. The other element is homeless assistance. The other thing is employment, employment. And then finally, inclusive economy. This is the way they consider, meaning that whatever action, project, program will be developed in line with this. This is a guiding document that is referred to when considering planning to do any intervention. This is the way they do. They develop their theory. Can you go for another one? This is the link to that. Impact theory of change. Yeah, this is the way they do it. They can just do like our mission. They start with their mission. What we do in the short, in the medium, in the long term, and then this will bring to the change we want. But remember that we have cross-cutting or elements that will help No, what is this? I can't see when I'm approaching. Empathy, those are the characters that we collaboration. That's what we call, what we call. No, what you say, those elements, we guide every element here, cross-cutting themes. That's the word I was missing. This is the cross-cutting themes. So this is the way they develop their theory of change. And then they add our commitment to equity rooted in our values, grounds how we approach our work. Here I'm still showing you how they do their change, and then making a case showcasing that there is no agreed common and agreed format for the theory of change. But what we need to consider the most is to refer to how we conceive the change we have. Okay, another one. Yeah, see this. Another one, positive change. It is written as a vision. You can have the outcomes, even the approach. Okay, the other one. Very interesting. So this, you can see a mess, but someone who developed that. When they sit down, they understand everything. With graphical tools, with drawings. Yeah, like in the way like they wrote. This is surprisingly, this is regional. Because Sudan in Africa, it's East Africa thing. This is where it's so East Africa. East Africa, yes. For you. Yeah, they say our interventions, food system, innovation, culture, correcting learning and innovation, together will help us achieving food system. Integrated climate resilience, which food system that are climate resilient, inclusive, and locally led. So, for you, no one will teach you how to develop a theory of change. And use a drawing, then that will be how and the why the change will be achieved. Okay. Any question about this? Still we are here?
Yes, I have a question.
Yeah.
You said
Okay, yeah, there's another thing that I don't know whether you get it right. You get it right. Change. How do we conceive a change? Just be Is currently doing. That's no. Be systematic as you say, and then think about how and why the change can be done. And then the document you have will be theory of change. Even if you may develop it the same way you do other frameworks, but this will be theory of change. If I was allowed to say it, I wanted to say it. So let me come again on that. The change, it's not the change with related to what we are doing. It's the change that is going to the development program. So to do it, you need to do some clear vision or a clear pathway to get to that change. So this change, when you draw it, you write it down, this will be a theory of change. Understood?
How we can exhaust that?
Yes, I will tell you that this is a living document.
Yes.
And then I will also mention later on that the work of monitoring the evaluation team, not because monitoring the evaluation is a team. Teamwork. One of the key duties to keep ensuring that the assumptions, they need to have a learning agenda. We have expectations from donors. I think we have I think how and the why change will happen. Why? Yes. Now, charts. You are student, first year, undergraduate. but he wants to be a medical doctor. When you say, I don't know. The energy you commit yourself, the funding, because being a medical doctor will help, will require you maybe to go for internship or the other practices, and those kind of processes you think you go through will make your theory of change, if applied theory of change to individual. And now the theory of change is applied to an organization. Some organizations mentioning here vision. Yes, we have vision. We said it's institutional related framework. Okay? At least everyone has got that idea.
Maybe coming back to my question. The question is there. Maybe can you go back one slide? Maybe this sort of change, it seems to be it started with some kind of questions or problem, as she said, maybe. I don't know if maybe the problem cannot start to.
Go to the first one. Go to the first one. I saw there is no formal template. Oh, where? This presents in the other one, otherwise the problem here we have. Which problem do you have here? By the way they characterize it, we exist to create a failure. There was a failure, but not failure, more failure. And it's more equitable. There is that issue, you can have it. Even reading through the theory of change, you easily identify the issue. Okay. Right? Yes. Good enough. I won't ask you to group. A theory of change. Because every theory of change will be yours.
So, my question, how can you create one? Like, how can you design one?
This one?
Yeah. It's another challenge.
Artist. You can ask the group people.
Okay.
Sometimes they use the pencils and all that. Yeah, because like the one I had, used to be, okay, we're three people working on the network project. So there was a technical advisor, was an American. She was an American. Then she developed our the theory of change. I saw her, it was like 2007. She was drawing another thing with the arrows and all that. And I said, but later on, I came up now to understand the logic behind it. So at least it's them or the team to understand where we are coming from and where we are heading to. So whatever can direct you, even if you may write it in as a text, as a paragraph. You say we we are, okay, let's say, we are like eastern parts of Rwanda. They have heavy sunny season. They say to combat the issue of roads, for us, we believe that families need to participate, local participate as well, and we need also to bring private sector. That's an example. The families will be asked to grow trees, and local leaders will help in monitoring this. And then, because the trees will be growing, include some fruits, we need also to develop the market for that. And when the fruits, because you can bring them to the market, we also develop trading centers and all that. And doing that, we bring the change to now having less number of months of sunny days, sunny seasons. This is the way I conceive the change, meaning that in this region that has for many months without rain, if we encourage people, every household to grow trees, if among the trees we grow too many of the fruits, this will bring more produce of the fruits, and then we'll be trading markets for those fruits. That's a simple example, but now can help you understand. So now the change will happen afterwards. So this is the way I conceive the change. The way I present it is from my discussion. Okay? Yes. Go on. Reflection question. Let me ask you before I go on. This will help me answering your question, your tough question. It's a way of thinking. Do you understand it's a way of thinking? Who understands? It is the way of thinking. I know it's a way of thinking. It is a process. Someone asked to know whether if something happens to change, it is also a product. It combines all the three. It is the way of thinking. The way the organization thinks, the change will be done. It's a way of thinking. It's a process. It can be revisited every time. It's a live document. It's a product. Why it's a product? Even if it's a live document, all other friends, all other activities will be based on that. It's a product. We get that? Okay, well, let me hear from you. What was your understanding of the theory of change? So what's
was a little bit calm.
I can't play it.
But it was not unexpected. That's all.
Okay, what are other understanding? It's like a roadmap. It's a roadmap. One, that's a good one. It's a roadmap. You see, it's a roadmap. Roadmap means I start from here, I step on this, continue until I get here. A roadmap. Can you manipulate a roadmap to reflect one idea or feelings? A roadmap is a roadmap. Whether you are alone, whether you are two or many, you need to pass using the roadmap. You need the roadmap. Okay? So you correctly put it. Yes. Any other understanding? This one?
Let's start in forward. I understand that in order to reach the project before, we have to pass through this.
If this happens again,
if this happens, yes, next this will happen again.
Yes.
And at the end we will reach there. But if the goal, but from this theory of change, we have to let's start in forward.
Meaning that if this happen, this also happen, this happen. Combination, that's a complex mistake. It's a complex. It's a complex. But now for this to for this to change into this, it will go through other activities. This is really complex, too complex, but it is also allowed. Yes, it's one.
It's very locally, yes.
Okay, there's something I have not mentioned. When you're reading theory of change, you don't depart. You don't depart from left. You say we want to have. We have to bring up the fairness, the equity. To do that, you step back. It's the way to read it. Yes, you step back. This is the way we are heading. Before arriving there, we need to have this. We need to have also this. And when once this to reach out to this level, we need also to have arrived at this level until we get here. The same thing. Okay, when you fix this from here to there, you can do it. But commonly, you start with it because you're imagining the thing you don't have. But at least the reason why you created the organization is the vision. The vision of this is the one, the goal, the impact. So depart from there, coming here. Okay? Yeah. But still, this is complicated. Oh. It is complicated. Go back to the first one. No, to the second one. Like this one. I can't read. No. This is too complex. Go to the next. This one. Okay. This one. Vision. Can you read for me? Okay. The vision, you know what? I just took it from this internet. Okay, there's the vision. Now to get the vision, we need to have rural. So I checked it that I got it. Okay, to have this, we need to have this output. We need to have to get it to have those output. We need to have these strategies. And then to do this, we need to have approached this way. And this we have changing the kind of condition. Okay, it's too complex. Continue maybe will be comparing after we discuss other frameworks. I wish this will be easier. It is made by two words. Research. We saw that research includes but output is an option. But by research output, the outcomes and the impact. So it's the framework. Today, people presentation of the results. A logical framework and on. Okay. Okay, sorry, 3 recommended logic framework. Okay, like a theory of change. Okay, go to the next notes. Is the structured hierarchy of results derived directly from the theory of change? In a theory of change, even though they don't have a proper and a common template, it has something very important because it shows you how to derive to the impact. Driving to the impact includes results, outcomes, impact. So those results, they need to be mapped alone. And then what you get is results framework. But here the difference. If we result is not a hierarchy of results derived from theory of change, it tells us if you complete this output, our intermediate outcome will be achieved, which lead to the achievement of strategic objective and contribute to the long-term goals. When we develop a project, there is what they call purpose. Remember, someone has worked with the USND project. I think you're familiar with this. USND has development objectives. It has 4 objective development. It's like sectors of activities. But those 4 sectors were contributing to one goal, which is national development and application of over only one. The goal was country related because they are operating in one. So here we have those those strategic objectives. But now the project you were working with had also objectives. Remember, yesterday they had many projects seeking different technical areas or sectors. So now those objectives of the project were intermediary results. And to get to there, we had output. So not necessarily that every project will have this one. You may have output, outcome, and then goal. But here I wanted just to show that sometimes with the complexity of some program, you may have different levels. But here, the key information to take here is we have output. This activity has output. If we train people in using hand washing, if we build toilets, if we supply water, of course, outcome will be access to clean water, use of toilets. The other thing is, and then the result will be, amount will be, disease will be reduced. So this the way I mentioned this. I need to portray that vision. And then what I get is result framework. Like if I say result now, it will be the same. Okay? At least here with this we need to do that. We do it. Okay, continue. There is one I did with the example. Yes. Name of what? Theory of change for this organization. Just give an organization. Organization is it's a confession. Sorry. They are going, they are organization competition. So what they have developed here, just to show you as an illustration. We have a program to increase access to safe water. We have to improve some, actually it's almost the same, the one I mentioned, improve sanitation and promote hygiene behavior. We believe that if we have hygiene behavior, the behavior have been improved, and sanitation also improved, and you have access, for sure, the health, the community health, improve the community health will be the results. But now to get to there, we need to have expanded water supply. We need to supply water. We need to build infrastructure. We need to improve water quality. Yes, safe because of safe. And then here, improve sanitation, enhance waste management system. We have waste, but we need to manage them. Increase the latrine coverage. To cover latrine, and the result is improved sanitation. Here, promote hygiene behavior, raise hygiene awareness. We do awareness. Here we do hand washing with soap. If you do hand washing without soap, I think your nutrition the other expert here, they know what I'm meaning here. And those are intermediate in results. I would also include output. But I say output is optional. And then this map, when you have this map, it is easier for you to see the if then. Meaning that if I have it, go to the next. No. Yes. This one. If access to safe and reliable supply is increased through expanded infrastructure, the one in the bottom, and improved water quality, intermediate result 1 and 2, and if sanitation, the middle one, if sanitation conditions are enhanced through clearly articulated, through improve the waste management system and increase the latrine coverage through intermediate results 3 and 4, and if communities adopt improved hygiene behaviors through increased awareness and consistent hand washing with soap, then the overall health status of the community will improve, which is the goal. Because, okay, because or not, because reduce exposure to waterborne diseases and improve environmental sanitation and better hygiene practices with lower health risk. And this part I put here, it seems like a part of the theory of change, because this is the way I conceive. But here I don't think down. But I was not developing the theory of change, but here because I wanted just to explain beyond reasonable doubt that someone who will come after me will be able to understand. So we need to clearly articulate. So I'll come back on this because this is a development. Go up.
So can this structure can be always like that, or can it be revised just from this to all?
Okay, go up. I was interpreting this one. Right? Okay, you can present it graphically, but this is what it means. When you want it to write it down. In your writing, this is how it translates. But when you have it, you have everything. This is how it is interpreted. So here for you, if you have developed output, you have outcome, you have impact, mapping them is easier. But again, remember, I participated in many programs design. You too, I know. No one can complete it alone. Sometimes you discuss, conclude something, when it is at the level of being started by the, I don't know, the manager, then there's something you just sacrifice. Is that the way, it's the same case for you?
There's no file.
There's no file, no. Yeah. Yes.
I'm curious to know, maybe why this is present like this way, maybe, seeing that how this is designed, maybe it seems maybe the raw elements contribute to achieve the improved community health.
Yes.
And I see that maybe there is a
arrow.
Downward the arrow instead of upward arrow.
Yes.
One. I'm clear.
Okay. Don't be curious. But in the actual case, the two contribute to this. The same two contribute to this. This and this contribute to this. But the arrow go downwards.
Yes.
Okay, this is the way I choose to present it. You may want maybe two. How can you do that? Okay. The other way, you may not include the arrow.
Okay.
You just yes, but don't add arrows. Yes, because naturally, if this is a result framework, it is if then statement. So we need to remove this one. Good catch.
It's a result.
That's a good catch. Because it's confusing.
Framework. You started with the highest result and
yes, normally because vertically it goes down to no, and the horizontally the same level. This is the same way. I confused you. I'll just remove the arrow. You know what I did? I think the way maybe you think but not the way you implement it. Because to implement the arrow just by the way you think through it, it's just from the yeah. That you may also keep it the case. Because the way you think it, you have to put down how the course action, then you identify elements that contribute that work. Then you also from those you identify activities that will take you there. Okay. So you start okay. Thank you. So the presentation, I don't discuss much, but what I do clearly emphasize is that vertically it's if then statement pathways. The pathway is the but the same level horizontally, those are the same at the same level. Here at the same level. And at this one. Okay. Purpose. Purpose clarify what results must be achieved. Good for performance monitoring. Performance monitoring. This is what concerns you as a human being. Or me, male. Performance, when they say performance monitoring, understand indicators, indicator different sheets, ITTL down. Communication. Even the communication officer will come to you to ask what to communicate. Remember your key. API, oh, okay, that's API development. But yes, you can have key performance indicators development. Because go back to the result framework. Here, improve the water quality. How can I know the quality has been improved? It's because I need to have the metric indicators. And then that indicator will be at which level? At the IRS intermediate level, or output, or outcome. So we need to keep that level in mind to be able to locate our indicators. Okay? Go. Continue. I think it will be clear when we start now going into we need to do that. But you are safe because you want to go zero change. Project management. It's not mine. I haven't developed any. So there's no need to ask someone to develop it. Okay, continue. Okay, development hypothesis is to interpret that if only that. You may think it's less important. But remember, you know, evaluator. For instance, for impact evaluation, one question: do you think that everything can be measured impact? For impact, can you maybe any intervention? Are you allowed to measure its impact? Maybe I used the wrong termination. Not allowed. It's into worthwhile to evaluate impact of any intervention. If you say yes, explain. Yes.
You want to know if the project or whatever you were doing was supported.
Okay. Argument against. Someone who think it's not worthwhile to measure impact for any intervention. Have you all joined a class? Yes. So do you think that we need to evaluate impact for any organization, any intervention? Yes. But I had no. Where are we? No. Sorry. They changed their okay. For economic reasons.
Yes. Because there are some impacts that are not coming within the project execution of the project timeline. So and that you cannot measure that impact.
Okay. When you reach any source from World Bank, because World Bank has a very it has a great team for impact evaluation and the sources. There are many instances where you don't need to evaluate the impact. Ask for it. If it's obvious, why do you engage your budget to evaluate what you already know? Exactly. If you can't measure it, the instance that you can't measure it for practical reason. Impact evaluation doesn't know that it is unethical. Can be unethical. You know, to evaluate impact, when you impact evaluation is planned in early stage of project design. Do you know that? When you start designing, it's there. It's when you decide whether you evaluate impact or not. Why? Because it needs to be planned ahead of time. Because the experimental impact evaluation methodology provides that you need to give intervention to this group, and then it denies intervention to the other group. You get it? Wow. Suppose there is this is a project. I'm calling upon anyone who passes by or who is whatever. If you want, come and then be our beneficiary. And then I call you, and then also you join. But how will I know that the impact, the achievement you got was the results, the only result of this project? It's because I need to consider the status, your status before the intervention. And to do that, I consider this your status, you who joined the intervention, and the status of someone else who has not joined the intervention. And later on, I compare results. Do you get that? And when I compare, I see here you have improved 3%. The other one has improved 2%. Why has he improved 2%? Why he has not joined the intervention? Why? Right? It's what? Other factors. Because he's not static. Yeah. He may have got intervention, he may have learned from you, and even the time. There is technology, there is a government programs, other programs that have maybe facilitated. So the only way to do that is that I compare your achievement with the achievement of someone who has not joined the program. And then the difference is called impact. Now, this practice is unethical because this one has the same characteristics of the one similar to the one who joined. So why have I denied her or him the intervention? This is unethical. We need to be to say the truth. I'm telling the truth. Okay. Now, development hypothesis. I say this is one translate research framework in one. Then we saw it. It builds the gap between theory of change and research framework. But the good thing of research framework, it reflects the current interventions, the interventions you have. Have people done that? Have you got that? Have you understood that? A research framework depicts the image, the true and fair image of what organization is currently doing, which is opposite to the theory of change. Did you get that? Research framework and the theory of change. What is the difference? Because they both have results, they both have impact. What is the difference? Eh? Yes. So we say the theory of change, it's fair and optimistic, if I can say, because it draws the pathways of the true change. But the research framework, the results that reflect your interventions. The effect, of course, they are aligned. No, research framework is aligned to the theory of change, but it includes what is actually happening in organization. Don't include something happening if you are not implementing. Yes. Okay. Yes, question.
what you're implementing, then why is that is access?
Well, okay, go back. Back. Okay, here. Those are intermediate results. Here we have output. So meaning the output are the true results of the activities you're implementing. Right?
Yes.
And then having this output or intermediate results will bring the change to increase the access to safe water, which is common to what you have in the research framework. The same. But here, these indicators, this output or intermediate results are a true reflection of what organization is currently doing. But when they change, if you say, to get to that change, we need to build bridges. If you are fair enough, you may include that in a field of change. But if you have not started doing that, there's no way you need to have output related to that because you don't have it. Yes.
No, my question was the document hypothesis. You are saying that we need to put what we are collecting or what we are currently.
No. I say the document hypothesis is interpretation of.
Okay.
Yes. You are interpreting this in writing.
That's the interpretation.
Yes. Okay, go on.
Because they are talking and the research framework is based on the conflict. Change may exist by not only considering our integration.
I say, zero change, you consider what you have in your mandate and what you are planning to have in your mandate. I don't know how many years after. You are now mapping the true changes. You're bringing all what is necessary, what is required to have that. And then remember that it's an overall picture. This will guide your future activity. So if you or change, you are free to include everything that you will bring up to change. But then when it comes to research framework, you need to put the results and output that currently reflect your solution. So the first thing you develop is zero change, and then from zero change, you go to the zero theory to research framework, and then you develop research development and processes. So I think it's clear. It's clear because you are not clear. You cannot neglect. How can you neglect what you are doing? If you have exhausted what you're doing, include only what you are doing. If you think maybe next 2 or 3 years, there is another component that will good. Why can't you put in the change? Otherwise, we will not have any right to implement that activity because it's not provided in field change. It's a guiding document. Whatever is there, it's something that is doing for you. It's wide. Yes. It's a research-based document. Remember, it's a process. Remember, it's a way of thinking, and then it's a product. Okay, please. Okay, continue. Continue. Why it matters? Why development hypothesis matters? For me, it's not mandatory for many journals. For you, it is mandatory sometimes. But it is mandatory for you. The monitoring evaluation. Because if the developers are put down how the change will be achieved, it is easier for you to make sure you have not lost, you have not left piece of the process. You get that? So to convert into testable logic, you can test. You can test. And even when for statisticians who are there and data scientists, suppose they are evaluating, how will you choose a model for evaluation? You need to have independent variables. You need to have dependent variables. So this will guide you, because you need if this something is up, this will be dependent variables. And then the other one, okay, that's interesting. I remember I will say, everyone needs to start to learn. Okay. Testable means that if you have that logic, if this is done, then this happens. It's easier for you to testify, to test whether, since this happens, as this one, this the other thing happened. It is just easier to testify, no, to test. Support indicator development, evaluation design, especially evaluation is where I was. The thing is not like enables evidence-based evaluation of assumption. There is something I mentioned, I forgot. Theory of change. It needs to have assumptions. Assumptions. Because we are building this assumption, this logic of the change, because it's supposed that we keep having this peaceful country. This will happen because the seasons, climate change, there won't be any negative effect of climate change. We did do this thinking that parents will keep their children at school. That's the assumption. Those are the assumptions. The same applies to result framework and even development hypothesis. Now, your duty, your job as an negotiator. And those assumptions still valid. That's the learning part of intelligence. If you are called males, bear in mind that you need to decide that. Not to sit down and professional monitoring, evaluation, and learning. I would rather be called monitoring evaluation. Then sit down doing my thing. But if you are called learning, you know assumptions that guide your interventions. You all know the assumptions of your research framework. Okay. Okay. Research framework. There is a research and a framework. If I request framework with the map, is the research map. I'm mapping the research. Research means output, outcome, and impact. If I map everything What do I get? If I map everything. Again, to understand both things. First of the if I start with the output, now I input activities, or output to the impact. What do I get? Logic framework. Do you want to have a definition for logical framework? Yes, please. Logical framework is the detailed planning in the management tool that operationalize the result framework. To be able to operationalize the result framework, you need to develop logical framework, meaning that output will not change, outcome will not change, impact will not change, but I will add activities, inputs, downloads. Okay? However, bear in mind that can also vary from organization to organization, donor to donor. The same applies to other. If I measure with the, even if I map all the levels for results or research, here I add other elements. I include the measurable indicators, result framework, here because I add measurable indicators, data sources, critical assumptions, and in a way, just to focusing on implementation. I just provide all the information that is required to help in the implementation. Next slide. Have you seen this one? Go down a little bit, go back. Have you seen something similar to this, to that one? Wow, okay, wow. Yes. Someone who can read for us. I need to understand, because logical framework is a key topic. If this was not developed during the design, one day the evaluation officer, manager, then can speak in my training, my first training, I was asking, what is the entry point for monitoring the evaluation process? Thermal function. What is the entry point for monitoring the evaluation function? Entry point was have activities, you have output, you have outcomes, you have goals, you have indicators, you have the assumption. If this was not developed, but I can't imagine the case where someone designed and then has forgotten to include also framework. I think our timekeeper needs energize. Okay, can you read this? Suppose 5 minutes. For research framework, 5 minutes. For research framework, we map this output, outcomes, and goals. But here, output are optional. So meaning that we add this part. So let us try to understand this one. But we start by at the bottom. Who can read here? 1 and 2. 1, only 1. Yes.
Activity summer camps, which is 100 years.
100 grades 5 and 6.
Then to have no reading proficiency.
Uh-huh.
Second part is 500 reading at home. It's partly to children in summer class.
What do you think this project is about? What do you think is the real problem? The only problem of this is maybe there is a problem of reading among children aged 5 and 6. And now, to correct, to solve the problem, if we choose to start with activity, but starting with activity is exhausting, as my colleague said. But now I wanted here to start here. Just to go to the if-then statement. So here they say, let's organize summer camps. Students studying during the vacation. Now, we organize camps for 100 children, but who have shown they have the development challenge. Development program. That's one. How many activities are we carrying out? 2. The other one, we just take the children there, but also give parents kit. Also, they'll be able to read the children, and then incent them to read as well. Now, educator. Which educator will help measuring whether this happened? Number one. There is a issue here. It should be. Yes, comes. The issue comes. So now we may the number of camps, but our target is 5. But we may do 3 or 4, depending on, I don't know, circumstances. Here, how will be evaluating this one, measuring this? The number of kits distributed. Now, how can we verify those things? Means of verification. Remember that we say the format, the template can vary from dollar to dollar. Yes, there's no, yes. We need to read them. To have this number, the source of information would be summer camp records. The reports, now, there will be a list of distribution. But now, it is easier to say that, but there is assumption. The first assumption is that to have children attend the summer camps, it will depend on the fact that parents were willing to send the children to. They may say, I can't live without my children with me. Okay. Yeah, it may happen. You know, people who say that. Parents of children with low reading proficiency are interested in them attending the camp. If not, this will be an issue. Here, parents are interested and able to use the kids at home. They remember the education happens at the school and then the community, the family. So meaning that those activities will be carried out provided those assumptions are valid. If they are not valid, what will happen? It is what you recommend. You need first of all to understand to indicate whether those assumptions are still valid or not. But if this happens and the assumptions are valid, then we have what? Here. 5 grade 5, 6 students with low reading proficiency complete a reading summer camp. I think you are along with that. Because if the parents are willing to keep them there, those five will complete. If not, you will have some dropouts and so on and so on. The second one output will be 5 parents of children with low reading proficiency help their children read at home. Because their parents are supposed to well. Now, what are the indicators to measure those outputs? Number one is number of students completing a reading summer course. So there is here records that indicate whoever has attended. But on top of this, there will be a records of those who completed. The same here, a number of parents helping their children to read at home. How can we know them? Where is the source document or means of education? Summer camp, we keep records, we see them, but here, of course, at the home, you don't have control. You don't have the nothing. You don't have someone else. Maybe you organize a survey and then ask. Not only ask, provide evidence. Why? If you ask a parent, do you have your children to read? The easiest, the answer will be yes. How do you call that bias? That's a confounding factor. How do you call it? I'm not sure whether I remember. Social disability. The bias that prevents you from having a different image of what you are expecting to have. Can you check social disability? Something like that. Check. I started to correct. Yes. And now, this also has, the output also has, outputs also have the associated. No, they happen. Assumption. This will happen if there is no rate. If there is, children apply. It is one thing is to have attended. To attend the school counts. But now, if they don't use the skills they gain, things will remain there. Children apply what they learned in the summer camps. The other assumption, children are interested in with their parents. You may give, provided the kids. And you know, I don't know whether you have had a case whereby you ask the correct, you attempt to correct the teacher of your child. You realize maybe it should not be the same. And then what happened to your child? You can't believe that.
Yeah, this is what my teacher said.
This is what my teacher said. So imagine if children apply. Sorry. If children are not interested in reading with their parents, they say, I only read with my teacher, not you, man. Okay, so if this is a valid, first we move upwards to the outcome. This is how to read. Now, outcome. Things are getting now clear. Improve reading proficiency among children. Okay, whenever you can read. Someone who can read can also write. I don't have which percentage. Okay, that's a hard assumption. Okay, yes, but I think it has a correlation. There's that a correlation. So because here, if they have ascended the counts, and then they are going to use the skills they got there, they are reading marks. Proficiency will improve, will increase. Sorry. So indicator, we need to go and then verify. No, reading proficiency among children. That's indicator. So 6 monthly, what? Reading proficiency test. Because of the tests that can be children are sitting, they are doing. So we need to see the results. And again, assumption at the outcome. Improved reading proficiency provides self-confidence required to stay in school. If that happens and the assumption is still valid, you can maintain their confidence to read, to stay. Of course, we have the more 10% increase of number of grade 5, 6 private students continuing on to high school within 5 years, which has indicator percentage of grade 6 primary continuing to higher schools, verification with consult, comparison of primary in the high school. Today, we can see the number of those like here in Rwanda, primary 6, and the number of those who enroll secondary school. There is no assumption. So this is how the logical framework is, but in reality, that's the reason why I keep on advising our colleagues who have done masters of project management. You make good choice coming here. Why? If you can ask your sisters and brothers who completed before you, they think you get from the school, the thing, but the thing you get from working, it's where you start learning. I haven't seen this document the way it is in my profession. Okay, I have the information, but you will see some other information necessary to the organization to do the work. When you are developing the version plan. You want the break? Today? What do we need? 4. Okay, so go on. Okay, Your Majesty, can someone impose himself? Can someone impose? And I understand very say, I really am respecting you, but I want to ask 5 minutes. This is the thing I was explaining. Oh. Oh, yeah. If and then. Okay. What one? You can't go without deflecting. Pause and deflect. Go up. I can't see it. Okay, there. Why is theory of change considered as the living framework? Living. When you say continue. Why is it a living? I think you are positive because you are towards the end of the day. Topic of change. Change. A change of it. Okay. Okay. It is likely, it's most likely to happen new things to accommodate. Simply, we are evolving environment, and then the science. Yes. So how does the development hypothesis improve evaluation quality? What do you think? If my hypothesis improve the quality of evaluation? Tell me. Okay, if I say someone will respond, will go out, I will have 3 hands up. Who wants to go first? Please, this one, why? How? How does improvement hypothesis improve evaluation quality? It translates, it articulates in writing. Beyond, there's no doubt. It's written. You cannot misinterpret. You might misinterpret the graphical presentation, but you can't do the same when everything is written. Is it true? Why is it important to distinguish between the research framework and the theoretical framework? To distinguish between are they different? They don't use everything. Which one is the matter here? This is different matter. The father of what is the theory of change? Okay, the father is theory of change. This one is kid. This is the weight. Results is activity. Which one has more weight? Okay, compare both. And then okay, at least there's a two. So go to the last one. Okay, good. Yes. Thank you very much for having contributed the first day of the training. I know it was going to be easy. And most of people, some notes. Like me. But are not I hope there's no explanation that some things like me, there's no need to get experiment because they have nothing, they feel. But when I think we got here, I saw that every time we need to be studied, there is always some new things. So for that, I really am grateful for the one contribution, but I'm looking forward to have the same contribution in the conversation tomorrow. But tomorrow I may use a different strategy. You know which one will be? Now, outputting on spot, or the first someone has not said anything, but to just to stand in front of him or her. And then we say, thank you. Is population, we don't be population? Okay. So, we need to do something. Today. Because we have time to grow, I want you today, not much, not important, just to think a project or an organization. Now, let's say, okay, an organization. And then think of a problem you want to solve. Because I'm not asking to develop a theory of change, read it, but read it. Read the slides. There are 3 or 4 slides. But the results you need, it seems you want to create your local organization. State your goal, state some outcomes. Is it enough? It's very continuous. Outcome. So results framework. And then present it like I did there. But don't put arrows. So you think of a local organization you want to create, and you do outcomes up to output. Present them in the graphical representation, which is called result framework. Morning. You may not exhaust, it may not be exhaustive. At least you put like two or 3 outputs. In the morning, they collect them and see what will be done. You will have time. Yes.
No activity.
Activity, leave them.
You said move out.
Outcomes and leave them. Yes. Only that. Eh? You know all you want to do. You may use the one you have. You may think of a new organization. Something. Because they have a new organization or it's already existing organization.
Is it an organization or a project? It's an organization or a project.
It's organization because they are still at higher level. But when you go for logical framework, we go down and then go for the project.
Of course, computers.
Wait, close your computer, please. Before you close your computer, wait. Wait.
I wish to
online can hear me?
Yeah, but